Lu Ming, you're here to take the array disk too? I've naturally come here to seize the formation plate. Lu Ming said. What a coincidence, we're also here for the formation plate. Since I helped you once before, how about you give me the formation plate? Xiangxiang smiled. Give it to you? There are emperor-to-be violent apes on the Violent Ape Mountain. Even if I give them to you, I'm afraid you won't be able to take them down. Let's just rely on our own abilities. Lu Ming smiled and stopped talking to Xiangxiang. They flew to the other side of the Violent Ape Mountain. If the ancient Saint clan wanted to take the array disk, then so be it. The two parties would attack the mountain from different directions. Whoever could get it would be the one who had the ability. They went to the other side of the mountain and acted according to their original plan. Some of the weaker ones rushed towards the mountain. Not long after, a series of angry roars could be heard from the Violent Ape Mountain. A group of violent apes chased after those people and disappeared into the distance. Bubble. Lu Ming took the opportunity to send a voice transmission to Bubbles. Chirping Bubbles waved her small hands and a space-time tunnel formed, extending to the peak of the mountain. And NBSP, everyone charged into the space-time tunnel. Roar. At this time, a terrifying roar came from the top of the mountain. A huge violent ape appeared. It was at least 100 meters tall. It held a huge stick in its hand and swept it toward the space-time tunnel. Boom! 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 And NBSP, as the giant stick swept through, the world rumbled, and the space-time tunnel shattered. Lu Ming and the group had just stepped into the space-time tunnel, and had not crossed half the distance when they were forcefully thrown out of the space-time tunnel. Sure enough, it doesn't work. The strength of an emperor-to-be is really amazing. Lu Ming thought to himself. An emperor-to-be was indeed powerful. The moment Bubbles opened the space-time tunnel, he was discovered and the space-time tunnel was destroyed in one fell swoop. His plan of using the space-time tunnel to reach the mountaintop in one go was ruined. Roar! The emperor-to-be giant ape stood on the peak of the mountain and roared. Roar! Roar! The entire Violent Ape Mountain was in an uproar. Loud roars could be heard as violent apes appeared one after another. Some were unarmed, some were holding metal rods, and some were grabbing huge rocks as they charged towards Lu Ming and the others. From a distance away, huge rocks the size of houses were smashing toward Lu Ming and the rest. Charge! Lu Ming shouted and everyone rushed to the mountain peak at top speed. While they were attacking, Bubbles pressed her small hand gently. The space in front of her rippled, and those giant rocks were crushed into pieces by the space power. Then the violent apes rushed over. Bubbles spat out a bunch of bubbles from her small mouth and enveloped the giant apes. Lu Ming and the rest took action one after another and killed the giant apes. The moment these giant apes died, they turned into energy and disappeared. Those who followed Lu Ming were Qiu, Huangling, Luotiani, Longchan, Desolate Li, Ouyang Wushuang, Luoxiang, Lu Ming, and Bubbles. There were a total of 9 people and they were all absolute saints. They were all above the king body, and with their cooperation their speed was shocking. No matter if it was a lower-tier absolute saint or a perfected absolute saint, they were all killed instantly. They were like a sharp knife, rushing to the peak of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Clearly, the ancient saint clan had also begun their attack. It's good that the ancient saint tribe is here. They can help us attract a group of violent apes, Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. The others also smiled. That was indeed the case. With the ancient saint tribe attacking the mountain, the violent ape on the other side had been attracted, and the pressure on them had been reduced by a lot. Within a few minutes, Lu Ming and the rest were approaching the peak of the mountain. The New Dragon Alliance roar. At the peak of the mountain, the emperor-to-be violent ape roared at the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stomped heavily. Suddenly, the mountain rocks exploded and the entire mountain shook violently. The violent ape's huge body rushed toward Lu Ming and the others like a cannonball. The huge rod in its hand smashed toward Lu Ming and the others with unstoppable momentum. Chaos Finger. And NBSP Lu Ming pointed with his finger, forming the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He charged at Bao Yuan and clashed with his giant staff. Boom! And NBSP in the next moment the primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was shattered, but Bao Yuan had also been stopped. When Lu Ming was a great saint in the Great Perfection realm, He could cross realms and kill an absolute saint in the Great Perfection realm. Although an emperor-to-be was much stronger than an absolute saint in the Great Circle, after breaking through to the absolute saint realm, his fighting power had also increased by a large margin. He could fight against an emperor-to-be expert. Chirping Pow Pow stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. It opened its mouth and a transparent bubble formed, enveloping the violent ape within. Roar! Break! Bao Yuan roared and tried to break the transparent bubble with all his strength. However, the bubble's strength was enough to fight against an emperor-to-be, so how could the other party break it so easily? Roar! Roar! In the surroundings, roars could be heard as one giant ape after another charged over. You guys block those violent apes. Leave this to me and Bubble. Lu Ming shouted. Qiu Yu Luotiani, and the others flashed and rushed to the surrounding violent apes to block them. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge at the emperor-to-be violent ape. He pointed his finger again and a huge finger crushed the other party. Lu Ming had wanted to take out the Dian elixir furnace to refine the giant ape, but he realized that there was no Dian elixir furnace in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming came to a realization. Although this world of formations was mysterious, it was not omnipotent. It was impossible to condense treasures above the sovereign weapon. Sovereign weapons were forged by martial emperor powerhouses with all kinds of precious materials. If the formation world could be condensed into one, it would be too terrifying. And NBSP the primal chaos tribulation finger pressed down, and Bao Yuan roared as he struggled with all his strength to resist. And NBSP, but it was suppressed by the spacetime dimension laws, and the power it could use was less than 50% of its normal power. It was struck by the chaos finger of tribulation and sent flying, crashing into the mountain. The mountain peak shook, gravel flew, and smoke and dust filled the air. Space cutting. Time stop. Pow Pow flew out and circulated the space-time law with all her might. The space turned into a terrifying cutting force that slashed towards Bao Yuan. At the same time, she used the power of space-time stop to restrict Bao Yuan's movements. Lu Ming stepped forward and launched a chaotic finger of tribulation with all his might. With the two of them working together, the laws of chaos and the laws of time and space worked together. Their combat power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it was multiplied by several times. And NBSP Bao Yuan had almost no power to resist. When the two attacks landed on his body, he roared and his body exploded. And NBSP, after Bao Yuan's body exploded, it began to exude a dazzling light. In the light, 9 array discs actually appeared. So this set of formation discs is in the body of this violent ape. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and put away the 9 array discs. The formation plate is in our hands. Retreat, break. Lu Ming shouted and used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and sent the 9 violent apes flying. Qiu Yu and the rest took the opportunity to retreat and join Lu Ming's group to break out of the encirclement. Behind them, the other violent apes roared angrily and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. However, they were not good at speed and were soon left behind by Lu Ming and the rest. Nianjun looked into the distance and said, "It seems that the array disc has been obtained by Lu Ming and the rest. Let's retreat." After that, the people of the ancient Saint clan broke out of the encirclement and left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest retreated from the Absolute Saint battlefield and returned to the mountain peak where they lived. Lu Ming stood in the sky above the mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, 9 array discs appeared and emitted a dazzling radiance. And NBSP, one of the array boards, floated in the air above the mountain, while the other 8 flew in all directions, forming a light screen that covered a 100-mile radius. Below, the paragons of the Phoenix Palace, the Divine Elephant Sect, the Thunder God Sect, and other forces burst into cheers. With the protection of this array plate, they could cultivate in peace in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Usually, they could go to those cultivation places in groups. After they finished cultivating, they would return here and would not have to worry about being attacked. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! Ouyang Wushuang Long Chan, and the others flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, now that we have the array disc, it's time to form an alliance. Ouyang Wushuang said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. In pushing Lu Ming to be the alliance leader, you guys won't have any objections, right? Huang Li was the first to speak. After he finished speaking, He looked at Ouyang Wushuang and the others. I naturally have no objections. Huangling smiled. I also have no objections. I don't have any either. Following that, Longchan, Qiu and Luoxiang spoke up respectively. They naturally supported Lu Ming as the alliance leader. Finally, everyone looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi. Of course I support Lu Ming. Me too. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang both nodded. They were silver inheritors and had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Why would they fight for the position of alliance leader with him? Okay, then our alliance will be called the Dragon Alliance. Let the Sacred Institute know that the Dragon Alliance will be officially established in 3 days. At that time, all parties are welcome to join us. Lu Ming spoke and made a decision. His eyes shone with anticipation. He had an idea. He wanted to make the Dragon Alliance flourish in the Yuan continent and become an overlord force. Then everything would start now. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was filled with top geniuses from all over the world. If these people were absorbed into the Dragon Alliance now, they would definitely play a very important role in the future development of the Dragon Alliance. Yes, Alliance Master. Ouyang Wushuang immediately cupped his fists. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. Following that, Luo Tianyi, Desolate Li Longchan, and the others also cupped their fists. After that, it was Phoenix Palace's turn. The Divine Elephant Sex Paragons saluted Lu Ming one after another. Then, everyone got busy, spreading the news and preparing for the banquet 3 days later. When the news spread, the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was in an uproar. The third array disc had landed in the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It was indeed shocking. Lu Ming and the others' strength was obvious to all. This was definitely a powerful force in the valley. Some of the small groups that had not joined the Heavenly Emperor Alliance or the Divine Fire Alliance began to consider whether they should join Lu Ming and the rest. It's better to join the Heavenly Emperor Alliance than the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming has offended the Star River. He will be killed by the Star River sooner or later. That's right. The Hung family is guarding outside the Sacred Institute. Lu Ming can't even leave the Sacred Institute. If he joins the Dragon Alliance, I'm afraid he'll be implicated by Lu Ming. The Hung family might also target him. That would be terrible. This was the opinion of some small groups. They felt that Lu Ming and the rest would be defeated at the hands of the Hung Xing River sooner or later. If they joined the Dragon Alliance, they might be implicated. However, there were also some small groups that had opposite opinions. They felt that Lu Ming and the rest had endless potential. Although their cultivation level was still low, they would be very terrifying in the future. Putting everything else aside, Lu Ming even had 2 sons of God. If his cultivation level increased, would he be afraid of the eternal Star River? Therefore, a portion of them chose to join the Dragon Alliance. Nianjun joins the Alliance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Dragon Alliance's establishment had arrived. On this day, dozens of tables were set up on the mountain where they lived. Early in the morning, someone had arrived to pay a visit to Lu Ming, and was willing to join the Dragon Alliance. At noon, the number of people slowly increased, but it was still far from the day when the Heaven Emperor Alliance was established. Obviously, there were very few people who were optimistic about Lu Ming and the rest. However, what made Lu Ming and the rest happy was that 2 small groups had joined them. The leaders of these 2 small groups were all geniuses with king physique. After that, all the elites of the Purple Flame Villa from the ancient Yang Sacred Land joined the Dragon Alliance. Some of the supreme talents in the Purple Flame Villa had made a bet that they would serve Lu Ming for 50 years. Now that the Dragon Alliance had been established, they naturally joined it. After the people from the Purple Flame Villa arrived, another group of people arrived, attracting everyone's attention. It's the Ancient Saint clan. Someone exclaimed. The Ancient Saint tribe was in alliance as well. There were more than 100 of them. At this moment, all of them had arrived. However, they were blocked out by the light screen formed by the formation plate. If Lu Ming was not willing to let them in, they could not enter. Lu Ming, what's wrong? You won't let us in? Xiangxiang walked in front and smiled. Are you here to congratulate me? Lu Ming's voice was heard. No. Xiangxiang shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. We are here to join the Dragon Alliance. What? Many people were shocked. The Ancient Saint clan had come to join the Dragon Alliance? Some people revealed looks of joy. The strength of the ancient divine tribe was already shocking. In addition, there were several king physiques in the alliance with the ancient divine tribe. If the ancient divine tribe joined the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Alliance would be very powerful. It might even surpass the Divine Fire Alliance and be second only to the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Lu Ming was stunned as well. He did not expect Nianjun to bring the ancient Saint clan back to join the Dragon Alliance and rely on him. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, Nianjun and he were mortal enemies. He still remembered Nianjun's resentful expression. "What's wrong? Don't you welcome us? Lu Ming, we are a family." Nianjun smiled. "What?" Everyone was stunned. Qiu Yu, Fengling, Luo Tianyi, and the others looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Nianjun were a family? Could it be that Lu Ming and Nianjun had a secret relationship? Many people couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Nianjun chuckled. "Lu Ming, you're my brother-in-law. Don't you want me to join you?" These words made many people's hearts tremble even more. Especially Huang Ling, Qiu Yu, Luo Tianyi, and a few other women. Their faces were a little strange. "Young master, are you married to Miss Nianqing? It's normal for them to be married after so many years. But why don't I see Miss Nianqing?" Qiu Yu's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, and she felt a little bitter in her heart. Then Qiu Yu shook her head and thought, "Qiu, what are you thinking about? Young master and Miss Nianqing are a match made in heaven. You only need to stay by young master's side and serve him well. How can you be worthy of young master? It turns out that Lu Ming already has a wife. But why didn't he tell me?" Huang Ling thought to herself and felt a little disappointed. Luo Tianyi's eyes were also a little strange. Long Chun was the only one who remained calm. He was Nianjun's real brother-in-law. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, but he could not refute Nianjun's words. Given his relationship with Nianqing, it was only a matter of time before they got married. Nianjun was Nianqing's elder sister, so it wasn't wrong to call him brother-in-law. "Are you guys really here to join the Dragon Alliance?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. "That's only natural. Currently, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy is split up by many powerful individuals. You are my relative and are the most familiar with you. I would naturally come to seek refuge with you," Nianjun said with a smile. "Don't try to get close to me. You wanted to kill me back then. I really doubt your intentions," Lu Ming said coldly. "People change. Back then, one was too short-sighted in that corner of the world. Now, I naturally have to look at the long term. There is no eternal enemy in this world," Nianjun said with a smile on his face. Compared to his cold and arrogant self, he was indeed very different. "You can join the Dragon Alliance, but the Dragon Alliance has its own rules. If you break any of the rules, I won't show you any mercy," Lu Ming said. "Naturally." Nianjun chuckled. Her position in the Ancient Saint clan seemed to be extraordinary. The other members of the Ancient Saint clan seemed to listen to her. Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate Nianjun. Ever since he met this woman in the Yuan continent, Lu Ming had always felt that she was dangerous and mysterious. In her body, Lu Ming seemed to sense a terrifying power that was dormant. Once it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. He had the same feeling when he saw Nianqing. After that, Lu Ming controlled the array disc and let the ancient sacred clan members in. "All right, let's start the alliance." Lu Ming waved his hand. However, this was the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute after all. The conditions were limited. The process of establishing an alliance was very simple. Everyone paid their respects to Lu Ming, and then the banquet was held to celebrate. While everyone was eating and drinking, someone else descended outside the area covered by the formation plate. The one and only holy temple. Lu Ming's gaze swept across. A few heaven's favorites from the sacred hall stood outside the light screen. The one in the lead was Yushu. "Yushu, you've joined the Heaven Emperor Alliance for a long time. What's the matter with you here today?" Ouyang Wushuang's voice was heard. "Could it be that you want to switch sides and join my Dragon Alliance?" The Dragon Alliance doesn't dare to accept people who change sides at will. One of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. "Humph, we're here today for my junior sister." Yushu snorted and looked at Qiu Yu. "Junior sister Chua, come with us and join the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. If you stay in the Dragon Alliance, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Did Luo Zongqiong send you here? Qiu Yu said indifferently. That's right, Luo Zongqiong asked us to come here, but it was also our own idea. There is no benefit for you to stay in the Dragon Alliance. Yushu said. Get lost. Qiu Yu scolded coldly. Yushu's expression changed and she said gloomily. Qiu, don't be so selfish. Luo Zongqiong is the grandson of the great sovereign. If you go against him like this, you will only implicate the only sacred palace and even your master. You sure know how to talk nonsense. The matter between a few juniors actually involved the only sacred temple and the true emperor. Isn't that funny? Lu Ming spoke indifferently. Yushu, don't make it sound so high and mighty. You're doing this for yourself, right? If you can bring me to the Heaven Emperor Alliance, I'm afraid Luo Zongqiong will reward you handsomely. Qiu Yu said sarcastically. You guys, Yushu's face turned red. You don't want to get lost? Then come in and have a drink. Desolate Power stepped into the air, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. A year and a half, Lu Xiangxiang, Yushu, and the few heaven's favorites from the only sacred hall turned around and ran. Their voices came from afar. You guys, just you wait. A few clowns. Desolate Li grinned and returned to his meal. After 3 rounds of drinking, the banquet finally ended. Those who joined the Dragon Alliance all lived within the area covered by the array disk. The formation of the Dragon Alliance and the appearance of the 3rd formation plate made the atmosphere in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy even more tense. This was because 3 out of the 4 sets of formation disks had already appeared. There was still 1 more set left. The competition in the remaining small alliances became even more intense. There were fights every day on the Absolute Saint battlefield. After more than 10 days of competition, the 4th set of formation discs was finally obtained by an alliance, the Knights Association. The leader of this alliance was the 3rd-ranked genius on the Saint King ranking. He was very powerful. With that, all 4 sets of formation discs were obtained, forming 4 alliances. The remaining small groups and alliances all joined the 4 alliances to seek protection. Because without the protection of the array disc, they would be in danger in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and could be attacked at any time. There were very few people who didn't join the 4 alliances. There were only a few powerful lone wolves, such as the son of Death, Deathblade. He was a lone wolf. However, none of the forces dared to offend him. No matter which cultivation place he went to, no force would dare to stop him. He was too powerful. Now no one could say that they could defeat the Deathblade except for the Hengxing River. However, this also proved that the Deathblade had nothing to do with the Dragon Alliance. However, the number of people who joined the Heaven Emperor Alliance was still the most. The Heaven Emperor Alliance was undoubtedly the most powerful. Some people ranked the 4 alliances based on their strength. Heaven Emperor Alliance number 1. The Dragon League was 2nd. The Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Association were in 3rd and 4th place respectively. In the following period of time, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became even more chaotic. The 4 alliances started to fight for the cultivation grounds, killing each other continuously. It was only after a few months that the killing finally stopped. The 4 alliances each occupied a cultivation ground, and Mount Yuan entered a period of peace. The heaven's favorites from the 4 alliances each took a spot and started to cultivate. During this period, Lu Ming would also choose some reliable people and use the Dian Elixir Furnace to help them temper their spirit bodies and upgrade their spirit bodies levels. For example, with the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, the 4 elites of the Desolate race with medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies had all evolved their spiritual bodies to become high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, greatly increasing their strength. And Xiangxiang, with the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, had also reached the upper-class heavenly spiritual body. Xiangxiang was a true dragon and had enough talent. With the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, her spirit body improved rapidly. The strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was constantly improving. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. It had been a year and a half since the Great Emperor had announced the new rules. During this period of time, although Lu Ming often helped others to temper their spirit bodies, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The place where he stayed the most was the Absolute Saint battlefield. There he fought with powerful ferocious beasts, and used the battle to stimulate his own potential. Lu Ming's cultivation base had also successfully broken through and entered the Mastery Absolute Saint realm. The other king bodies such as Qiu Yu, Huangling, Huangli, and Long Chan had also broken through and entered the upper tier of the Absolute Saint realm. Luo Tianyi had even reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint realm. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to break through. It was already very fast to be able to break through one level in just over a year. This was also because of the good cultivation conditions in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. If he were to cultivate normally, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a speed. As for the Divine Ability Art, ever since Lu Ming's Divine Ability Art had reached 90% mastery, the speed of improvement had become even slower. After a year and a half, Lu Ming's Divine Power Technique had only improved to 93%. Every step forward was extremely difficult. The closer one got to the perfect 100%, the more difficult it was. The galaxy had reached the absolute saint perfection a year and a half ago. However, it would not be easy for him to cross this step and enter the Emperor-to-be realm. Heaven Emperor City was the leader of the 9 sacred lands of Yuan Mountain. Its overall strength was much stronger than the ancient Moon Sacred Land. In the Heavenly Emperor City, there were a few of the biggest ancient aristocratic families that had been passed down for countless years. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. The Hung family was one of them, and they were known as the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. The He clan was one of them. They were as powerful as the Hung clan and had a feud with the Hung clan. 1,000 years ago, the two clans had a terrible war that resulted in countless deaths and injuries. It was only in the recent hundreds of years that the situation had stabilized. The mansion of the He family was extremely vast and boundless. In the He family's mansion, there were not only endless palaces, pavilions, and towers, but also mountain peaks that reached into the clouds and a winding river. It was like a country. Several figures were standing on a mountain peak of the He family. One of them was a white-haired old man with a kind expression. Beside the old man was a burly young man. These two people were actually the Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tianshui. Not far from the two of them there was an old man. The old man was wearing a brocade robe embroidered with the different scenery of the 4 seasons. However, he was very old, much older than Ice Dragon Valley Master. His face was full of wrinkles, and his hair was almost all gone. However, from the flash of a terrifying light in his eyes, one could tell that this person must be a very terrifying master. However, all 3 of them were looking at a young girl who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. This young lady was Lu Ming's first true disciple, Lu Xiangxiang. At this moment, Lu Xiangxiang's body emitted a mysterious light. The mountain was filled with endless vitality. Countless flowers and trees grew wildly. Small trees turned into towering ancient trees. Even some ordinary grass turned into spiritual grass. Boom! After a moment, the aura on Lu Xiangxiang's body suddenly soared. I've broken through. And NBSP on the side, the eyes of the withered elder, Ice Dragon Valley Master, and Tianshui lit up in shock. Lu Xiangxiang had broken through to the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Especially the Valley Master and Tianshui, they were truly shocked. Xiangxiang Bella's cultivation had been at the Martial Emperor realm when they had escaped from the Azure continent. Now, after a few years, her cultivation had reached the astonishing peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Xiangxiang, she's not even 15 years old. A few hours later, the aura on Lu Xiangxiang's body receded. She opened her eyes and stood up. A few years had passed, and Xiangxiang was already a slim and beautiful young lady. She was tall and beautiful, and she already had the potential to cause the downfall of cities and countries. Ha, not bad, Xiangxiang. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly and reach the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Such an achievement is rare even in the entire Yuan Mountain. The skinny old man walked over and smiled. Thank you for the praise, Senior He Qian. Xiangxiang Bella bowed to the skinny old man. Taking Xiangxiang as a disciple? I'm speaking the truth, not a compliment. There are only a few people in the Yuan Mountain who can compare to your achievements. The skinny old man He Qian smiled and then changed the topic. Xiangxiang, what one said before about you acknowledging me as your master, have you considered it? Xiangxiang thanks Senior for your kindness, but Xiangxiang already has a master. Without master's consent, Xiangxiang doesn't dare to take another person as a master. Xiangxiang Bella bowed politely and rejected the other party. Qian's expression darkened. Xiangxiang, you have to consider this carefully. I'm a true emperor. What's your master's cultivation? Although my master's cultivation is not high now, Xiangxiang Bella believes that my master will definitely become a peak expert in this world in the future. Xiangxiang Bella said with a determined look in her eyes. In her heart, Lu Ming was the strongest. Although his cultivation level was not as high as Qian's for the time being, he would surpass Qian sooner or later. Silly girl, it's not that easy to become a top expert of the Yuan continent. Moreover, he can't even protect his own disciple. What achievements can he have? He might have already fallen by now. You're still young, don't be deceived by a few flowery words of others. Qian said with a smile, thinking that Xiangxiang had the temperament of a child and did not know anything. Xiangxiang Bella's face slightly sank as she said, Senior Qian, you have saved Xiangxiang Bella, Grandpa Valley Master, and Martial Uncle Tian Chui. Xiangxiang Bella is grateful to you. However, please do not insult my master. Otherwise, Xiangxiang Bella will have to take her leave. Alright. One won't force you. You can take your time to think about it. However, you have to cultivate the 4 seasons technique that I'm going to teach you. It's very compatible with your physique and can stimulate your potential to a greater extent. Your talent is unparalleled, and I really don't want to see you being held back and wasting such talent. Qian sighed, but no one saw the cold glint that flashed in the depths of his eyes. I'm alright. Xiangxiang Bella nodded her head, and only then did her expression look a little better. Xiangxiang, you and your martial uncle Tian Chui should go back first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa Valley Master. Qian said with a smile. And okay. Goodbye, Senior Qian. Goodbye, Grandpa Valley Master. Xiangxiang Bella obediently nodded her head. After saying goodbye to Qian and Valley Master Ice Dragon, she and Tian Chui soared into the sky and left the place. As soon as Xiangxiang Bella and Tian Chui left, He Xiao's face darkened. He coldly looked at Ice Dragon Valley Master, and a terrifying aura pressed down on him. An envious Ice Dragon Valley Master's body trembled, and he couldn't help but retreat, his face deathly pale. Qian was a true emperor expert. In front of him, Ice Dragon Valley Master had no power to resist. I told you to persuade Xiangxiang to acknowledge me as her master, but it seems you didn't. Qian said with a gloomy face. It's Xiangxiang's own choice who she wants to take as her master. What's the use of me persuading her? If she wanted to be your disciple, why would she need my advice? Valley Master Ice Dragon said. Humph. Qian snorted coldly and said, Then what if one told you to persuade Xiangxiang to cultivate the 4 seasons technique? Have you persuaded him? A strange light flashed in the eyes of Ice Dragon Valley Master as he stared at He Xiao and said, Why do you insist on letting Xiangxiang cultivate the 4 seasons technique? You don't have to worry about this, just persuade her to cultivate. He Gao said. An envious kill me. Ice Dragon Valley Master sneered, You can kill me. No matter what, one won't force Xiangxiang Bella to do anything she doesn't want to do. You want to court death? It's not that easy. Qian said coldly, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Then the Ice Dragon Valley Master's body began to tremble, as if he was suffering from endless pain. Roar! After a moment, even with Ice Dragon Valley Master's composure, he couldn't bear it anymore. A painful roar came out of his throat, and his gentle face was completely twisted by the pain. Roar! Roar! And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master kept growling, his entire body covered in cold sweat. He reached out with his claws wanting to grab his body, but an invisible energy covered him, making it difficult for him to move. Soul-devouring insects can constantly tear your soul and make you suffer incomparable pain. It's 10 times or even 100 times more painful than the pain of your physical body. Enjoy it. Qian coldly spoke. If Xiangxiang Bella were to find out that you are so despicable, I'm afraid that she would immediately leave, and NBSP kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. If she leaves, it will be the day of your death. Qian said coldly. And NBSP. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared once more. He felt as if his soul was being continuously bitten by a type of insect. An endless pain drowned him. After a while Qian waved his hand, controlling the soul-devouring insects to stop their biting. Ice Dragon Valley Master's body fell limply to the ground, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. "I'll give you 2 more months to persuade Xiangxiang. Persuade her to take me as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons technique with me. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. Also, don't try to tell Xiangxiang, or you're seeking your own death. Otherwise, Xiangxiang and Tianshui will both die." Qian said coldly. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master took a few deep breaths, then sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to recover. Half an hour later, he had finally recovered. "Qian, why are you so persistent in wanting Xiangxiang to cultivate the 4 seasons technique? This person is sinister and cunning. He definitely isn't doing this for Xiangxiang's good like he said. Now what should we do?" And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master frowned in thought. In front of Xiangxiang, Qian always put on an affable appearance, but after Xiangxiang left, he would reveal his true face. He planted a soul-devouring insect in his body and threatened him to persuade Xiangxiang to be He Xiao's master. The master of Ice Dragon Valley would never allow Xiangxiang Bela to be He Xiao's disciple. However, this place was the He family. There were many experts in the He family. With his cultivation at the initial success stage of the Absolute Saint realm, any one of them could kill him. He wanted to take Xiangxiang and the others away, but he was completely powerless. If he was not careful, he might even implicate Xiangxiang and the others. He returned to his residence with a heavy heart. Their residence was a huge courtyard. There were experts guarding the courtyard, so not even a fly could fly out. "Grandpa Valley Master, what did Senior Qian say to you?" The moment Ice Dragon Valley Master returned to the courtyard, he saw Xiangxiang Bela and asked curiously, "Nothing much? I'm just asking Senior Qian about Lu Ming and the rest's whereabouts." Ice Dragon Valley Master randomly found an excuse, and then his face darkened. "Xiangxiang, you didn't cultivate the 4 seasons technique that Qian gave you, right? Didn't Grandpa Valley Master tell me not to cultivate? That's why I didn't cultivate." Xiangxiang Bela shook her head and said, "And remember, do not cultivate it. Just cultivate the cultivation technique that your master gave you." Ice Dragon Valley Master warned. Yes, Xiangxiang knows. Although Xiangxiang Bela was curious as to why Ice Dragon Valley's master would not allow her to cultivate the 4 seasons technique, she still obediently nodded her head. This was because she knew that Ice Dragon Valley's master would not harm her. Qian's true purpose in NBSP in the next few days. Ice Dragon Valley Master kept walking around the courtyard, observing the terrain and looking for flaws, trying to find a way to leave the He family. However, the He family was so powerful and had so many experts. Their spiritual senses covered every corner. It was impossible for him to leave the He family openly without alerting the people of the He family. On this day, Ice Dragon Valley Master arrived at another mansion. This is Qian's mansion. An NBSP what? Ice Dragon Valley Master was stunned and subconsciously retracted his aura. Then, he saw a middle-aged man walking through Qian's door with 2 young women. "Tell me, why do you think Elder Qian would often call for people to send young women in? And you even taught them how to cultivate?" There were 2 middle-aged men guarding the door. One of them said softly. Hearing this, Ice Dragon Valley Master's heart moved. He restrained his aura to the extreme and circulated his saint energy to his ears, so that he could hear more clearly. "I've heard some rumors. I'll tell you, but you can't spread it," the other guard said in a low voice. "What news?" The person from before revealed a curious expression. "One heard that these women are Elder Qian's cultivation vessels. After Elder Qian transferred the improved 4 seasons cultivation method to these women, Qian would visit them and devour their primordial yin to improve his cultivation base. One heard that Elder Qian's tribulation is coming, but he's not confident that he can survive it. That's why he's using this method to raise his cultivation base, so that he can resist the tribulation that happens once every 300,000 years. The person behind explained in a low voice. And NBSP hearing this, Ice Dragon Valley Master's heart trembled, and he felt cold sweat seep out of his back. He finally knew why Qian had always wanted to take Xiangxiang as his disciple, and wanted to pass on the Xiangxiang Four Seasons technique. Taking in a disciple was a lie. His real purpose was to let Xiangxiang cultivate He Xiao's Four Seasons technique. Xiangxiang Bella was a living being. If she had cultivated the Four Seasons technique that He Yan had given her, and her primordial yin was devoured by He Yan, it would definitely be of great help to him. This was He Qian's true purpose. And NBSP the Valley Master was terrified. Luckily, he felt that something was wrong, and didn't let Xiangxiang cultivate the Four Seasons technique. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He Qian, you old fogey, you're simply devoid of conscience. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master gritted his teeth in worry. He had to find a way to escape. It was too dangerous to continue like this. If Xiangxiang didn't cultivate the Four Seasons technique, who knew if He Yan would use other shameless methods to force Xiangxiang? The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley returned to his courtyard, feeling uneasy. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xiangxiang Bella saw that the Ice Dragon Valley Master was uneasy and asked in surprise. I'm fine. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master shook his head. He couldn't tell Xiangxiang about this. If he told Xiangxiang, she would be angry and ask He Qian about it. He was afraid that He Qian would immediately turn hostile. He had to keep this matter to himself and plan in secret. Xiangxiang, you must not cultivate the Four Seasons technique. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley reminded her again. Seeing Xiangxiang Bella obediently nod her head, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley finally relaxed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xiangxiang, 2 days later. There will be a grand auction in Heavenly Emperor City. Let me bring you there to take a look. He Yan found Xiangxiang and showed a kind smile. Good. Xiangxiang Bella cheered. During this period of time, she had been cooped up in the He family's residence to cultivate, and had long wanted to go out for a walk. I'll bring Xiangxiang out for a walk, He Qian said to Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tian Chui before walking out with Xiangxiang. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master revealed a worried expression, but he was helpless. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, Lu Ming also planned to go out. During this period, he had helped some people refine their spirit bodies and used up a large amount of saint herbs. Even the saint herbs that Huang Ling and the others brought were running out, so he planned to go out and buy some. Over the past year, the Hung family had sent experts to guard the surroundings of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. As soon as Lu Ming went out, they would attack him. Lu Ming was not afraid of this. He had the divine breath technique, which could change his appearance and aura. With his current cultivation base, even a martial sovereign would not be able to recognize him if he stood in front of him. He didn't go out before because he didn't want to. If he wanted to, he could go out at any time. Lu Ming's appearance changed. He turned into a young man with a fair complexion. At the same time, he changed into a long white robe and held a folding fan. He instantly turned into an elegant young master. Even his aura was different from before. Lu Ming smiled and stepped on the air, flying towards the gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Then he swaggered out of the gate. 2 martial supremes from the Hung family had been standing guard in the clouds outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. When they saw Lu Ming coming out, they scanned him with their spiritual senses. They did not find anything unusual, so they did not bother about him. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy gathered all the geniuses from all over the Yuan Mountain. There were young people entering and leaving every day. As expected, ordinary martial sovereigns can't tell. Lu Ming smiled and swaggered out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. He arrived at a bustling place. Not long after he arrived, he heard that there would be a grand auction in the Heavenly Emperor City today. At that time there would be many rare and precious treasures being auctioned. Even martial emperor powerhouses would attend. Lu Ming's interest was piqued and he walked towards the auction house. After paying a certain fee, he walked into the auction house. So many people. As soon as they entered the auction house, they were greeted by an extremely spacious hall. In the hall, countless figures had gathered. A rough estimate put there at least hundreds of thousands of people. Around the hall were rooms for distinguished guests. Of course, they were prepared for powerful people or people with prominent identities. Most of the people could only stay in the hall. Lu Ming randomly found a seat in the hall and sat down. As time passed, the number of people increased. An hour later, the auction began. The first auction item made Lu Ming's eyes widen. That was because it was a monarch weapon. Lu Ming sighed. This grand auction of the Heavenly Emperor City was indeed extraordinary. The first item to be auctioned was actually a sovereign weapon. Although Lu Ming was envious, the sovereign weapon's price was shocking. Moreover, a group of people were fighting for it. The price had risen to a terrifying level. Lu Ming could only look on and sigh. In the end, the sovereign weapon was bought by someone in the VIP room at a terrifyingly high price. It was probably a martial emperor. The auction continued, and the second item was far less valuable than the monarch weapon. This was only natural. There would be at least a few hundred treasures in an auction. It was impossible for every single one of them to be as valuable as a monarch weapon. But even so, the second item was a rare treasure. The bidding was intense, and one treasure after another was won. Lu Ming was envious of many of the treasures. Unfortunately, the prices were too high and he had to give up. He had bid for a few good sacred elixirs. Rock of Chaos, the 120th treasure. A tear of life. On the auction stage, an old man who was hosting the auction announced. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Many people's eyes lit up. It's actually the tear of life. This is a rare treasure that contains endless vitality. Indeed, it can save lives at critical moments. Many people were discussing with fiery eyes. It's actually the tear of life. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as well. In the Divine Wilderness continent, he had once obtained the elixir of life and helped his father to heal his injuries, allowing him to embark on the path of martial arts again. After that, he even used the life potion to help the 9 Sons Supreme Master form a new body. Even his clone used the life potion. The tear of life and the water of life had the same magical effect, but their effects were completely different. Comparing the water of life to the tear of life was like comparing copper and iron to diamonds. Qian and Xiangxiang were in VIP room 6. Xiangxiang's eyes lit up. She had a body of life, so the tear of life was very useful to her. It could greatly speed up her cultivation speed. Xiangxiang, you want to buy the tears of life? Qian looked at Xiangxiang and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, but Xiangxiang doesn't have that many raw gemstones. Let's forget it. Xiangxiang Bella nodded and said. Haha, silly girl. If you don't have any raw stones, 111 give them to you. Qian smiled. That won't do, I won't take a reward without any work. Xiangxiang Bella shook her head. Just take it as I'm lending it to you. You can pay me back in the future. Wait a moment, you can raise the price. Qian said with a smile. And that's good. Xiangxiang thanks Senior He Xiao first. Xiangxiang Bella cupped her fists towards Qian gratefully. Qian smiled and nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. This was the reason why he had brought Xiangxiang out to attend the auction. He wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to her and increase her impression of him. When the time came, Xiangxiang would be able to cultivate the 4 seasons technique smoothly. 1 tear of life. The starting price is 200,000 superior grade raw stones. The old man who was hosting the auction announced. 250,000. 300,000. Immediately, the price of the tear of life rose steadily, and soon reached a high price of 500,000. Lu Ming shook his head. Although the tears of life were precious, there was no need to spend such a high price to buy them. If Xiangxiang is here, I can buy it to help her cultivate. Lu Ming had an idea. At the thought of this, he sighed. He wondered how Xiangxiang and the rest were doing. Back then, Ice Dragon Valley's master had brought Xuanixin Tianque and Xiangxiang Bella to escape. Later on, they had encountered danger, and Xuanixin and Xiangxiang Bella had been separated. How were they now? However, the Yuan mountain was so vast, where could he go to find them? The price of the tear of life continued to rise, and it soon reached 800,000 superior grade raw stones. 1 million superior grade raw stones. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's heart trembled. This is Xiangxiang's voice? Lu Ming could not help but look at VIP room number 6. Although Xiangxiang Bella's voice in his memory was more immature, and this voice was more mature and had some changes, Lu Ming could still tell that this voice was Xiangxiang Bella's voice. Why would Xiangxiang appear here? And in the VIP room, how is that possible? Could it be that I'm hearing things because I'm so eager to see you? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. 1,100,000. After the bidder from guest room number 6 called out the bid, the number of people who increased the bid decreased significantly. However, there were still people who increased the bid, and the price rose to 1 million. 1,200,000. In VIP room number 6, the clear voice sounded again. It's Xiangxiang. It's definitely Xiangxiang. Lu Ming was certain that this was Xiangxiang Beila's voice. As for why Xiangxiang Beila didn't recognize his voice, it was because he didn't use his original voice. Who knew if there were any Hung family experts here who could recognize his voice? Next, the Tear of Lives price rose to 1.5 million superior grade raw stones, and it was bought by Xiangxiang Beila. Qian smiled slightly. 1.5 million superior grade raw stones were nothing to him, but it was worth it to win a good impression. The bidding continued, but Lu Ming seemed to be a little uneasy. He couldn't wait to go to VIP room number 6 immediately to see if it was really Xiangxiang. After all, there were people with similar voices in the world. However, the bidding was not over yet, so he could only wait. The bidding continued. Lu Ming was even less focused on the following bidding. He was constantly paying attention to the people in VIP room number 6. Auction item number 216 is a chaos gem. The voice of the old man who was hosting the auction rang out, causing Lu Ming to be in high spirits. There was actually a stone of chaos. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the eyes of the others were also shining. Chaos gems were born in the chaos before the creation of the world. They contained chaos chi and were rare treasures in the world. There was actually a bid for them in this auction. Everyone was staring at the old man with fiery eyes. The martial emperor powerhouses in all the guest rooms could not suppress their feelings and revealed greedy looks. If they could smelt the chaos gems into their small worlds, they would be able to make their small worlds more solid, more stable and more powerful. But, at this moment the old man slowly spoke again. However, for some reason, the chaos chi on this chaos gem has dried up. What? There's no more chaos chi? A chaos gem without chaos chi is just an ordinary stone. It's not of much use. I was excited for nothing. Many people shook their heads. Chaos gems were the most precious when they contained chaos chi. Without chaos chi, their value would drop by countless times. Lu Ming also revealed a look of pity. Everyone, even without the chi of chaos, the rock of chaos is still a rare material for smithing. It's extremely strong, and if it's used as the main material, it can be used to forge a monarch weapon. The old man in charge said again. Many people shook their heads. It was just a material for a monarch weapon and wasn't of much use. They might as well buy it directly. The emperor-level experts shook their heads. They had lost interest in the rock of chaos. One must get this chaos gem. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Although there was no chaos chi in the chaos gem, Lu Ming cultivated the chaos law. Even if the chaos gem did not have chaos chi, it might be useful to him. Alright, I'll start bidding now. The base price is 200,000 superior grade raw stones. The old host announced. 250,000. Someone immediately started bidding. Although the chaos gem did not have any chaos chi, it was still a rare treasure. Some people were curious and wanted to buy it to take a look. It would be good to keep it as a collection. Reunion of master and disciple. Everyone started bidding for the chaos gem. Very quickly, the price of the chaos gem was raised to 500,000 superior grade raw stones. However, at this price the number of people bidding decreased. After all, this chaos gem no longer had any chaos chi, and could only be considered a smithing material. Although it could be used to forge monarch weapons, there was still a chance of success. If it failed, the material would be wasted. As such, unless it was a complete sovereign weapon, the materials would not be as expensive as they were. Soon, the price reached around 800,000 raw gemstones, and almost no one else raised the bid. 800,000 raw stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The old man in charge asked, his voice reverberating throughout the auction house. 1 million. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and called out a high price of 1 million. Previously, he had not made a bid because he wanted to wait for the auction to start so that he could win it in one fell swoop. The host's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "This young master has bid 1 million superior grade raw stones. Are there any higher bids?" After that, the old man asked 3 times, but no one made a bid. 1 million superior grade raw stones was already on the high side for a chaotic stone without any chaotic chi. Naturally, no one made a bid. In the end, Lu Ming bought the raw gemstone at the price of 1 million. A young and beautiful lady came to Lu Ming with the stone of chaos. "Young master, this is a rock of chaos." The young woman said, meaning that they would hand over the money and the goods at the same time. "May first ask if I can use my monarch weapon to pay?" Lu Ming said. "Of course you can." The young woman smiled. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. A pair of tiny wings appeared in his palm. Then the wings slowly grew larger and exuded a strong emperor aura. Lu Ming had obtained this pair of wings from the Golden Crow Crown Prince when he killed him. "This is a monarch weapon." Many people's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect this young man to have a monarch weapon." Some people's eyes flashed with greed. "He's so young and he already has a monarch weapon. He must be a heaven's chosen from the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy." Someone else said. These words caused the hearts of those who had previously been greedy to tremble, and they dispelled their greed. Almost all of the geniuses of the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy came from powerful forces. If one wanted to lay their hands on these people, they might not even be able to survive. Of course, you can use your monarch weapon to offset the price. You can auction your monarch weapon directly, and the extra raw gemstones will be given to you on the spot. The young woman said with a smile. "Then let's do this." Lu Ming nodded and handed the monarch weapon to the young lady. The young lady then passed the storage ring with the chaos gems to Lu Ming. Right after that, the auction started with Lu Ming's sovereign weapon. In the end, the sovereign weapon was sold for 5 million high-grade raw stones. After deducting the 1 million stones of chaos and the handling fee, Lu Ming was left with nearly 4 million high-grade raw stones. The bidding continued. The further it went, the more precious the treasures were. Even true emperors and martial emperors had joined the bidding for the last few treasures. The prices had reached a jaw-dropping level, which was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. Compared to those martial sovereigns and even true sovereigns, his wealth was simply a drop in the ocean. Finally, with the success of the last treasure, the auction came to an end. After the auction ended, Lu Ming left the auction house in advance and waited outside. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! From the auction house, many figures flew out and flew in all directions of Heavenly Emperor City. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw an old man flying out of the auction house with a young girl. Fragrance! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although the young lady had grown up and was much taller, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that she was his disciple, Xiangxiang. Lu Ming hurriedly chased after him. Fortunately, Qian did not go too fast. He seemed to have the intention of bringing Xiangxiang Bella around to tour the Heavenly Emperor City. Therefore, Lu Ming could still keep up. After following them for a while, they flew for a long distance. In front of them, He Xiao and Xiangxiang suddenly stopped. "Little fellow, you followed me all the way here from the auction house. What is it for?" Qian spoke coldly, and a powerful aura burst forth. This aura was earth-shattering and heaven-shaking, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently. He retreated 1,000 meters at an extreme speed and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was also because the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died with just one breath. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm here to look for Xiangxiang." Lu Ming quickly spoke using his original voice. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xiangxiang Bella's delicate body trembled. She revealed an extremely surprised look and shouted, "Master, are you my master?" "What?" Qian was slightly stunned. A cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash and was not revealed. "Xiangxiang, it's me. However, it's not convenient for me to reveal my true body now." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xiangxiang Bella. He was not familiar with Qian, so he naturally kept his guard up. "Master, it's really you." With a swoosh, she pounced on Lu Ming and plunged into his arms. "Master, where did you go? Xiangxiang misses you so much." Xiangxiang Wan swallowed, tears welling up in her eyes. "Silly girl, aren't we reunited now?" "That's right, Valley Master, where's senior brother Tianxue?" Lu Ming asked. They're at the He family? Xiangxiang Bella said. The He family? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was a He family in the heavenly emperor city that was as famous as the Hung family. Lu Ming had naturally heard of them. Could it be this He family? Haha. Xiangxiang. This little brother is the master you've always mentioned? At this moment He Xiao smiled and walked over. And that's right. He is my master. Master, this is Senior He Qian, the true emperor expert of the He clan. Xiangxiang Bella introduced them to Lu Ming. Greetings, Senior. Lu Ming greeted He Qian. Young heroes indeed come from young people. Little brother, Xiangxiang has missed you a lot during this period of time. How about this? It's rare for us to meet, so let's go to the He family first. How about it? He Qian said with a smile, showing his goodwill. And Master, let's go together. Grandpa Valley Master and Uncle Tian Shui will definitely be very happy to see you. Lu Xiangxiang pulled on Lu Ming's arm, a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming nodded. Together with Xiangxiang Bella, they followed He Qian and headed to the He family. When they arrived at the He family, Tian Shui and Ice Dragon Valley Master were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. However, they were overjoyed when they heard Lu Ming's voice. The few of them gathered together and chatted for a while. Lu Ming learned that when Ice Dragon Valley Master, Tian Shui, and Xiangxiang Bella were separated from Xuanxing, they happened to meet He Qian and were brought back to the He family by He Qian. When Tian Shui and Ice Dragon Valley Master knew that Xuanxing was fine, they were naturally overjoyed. Lu Ming, I have something to discuss with you. At this time He Xiao opened his mouth and said, Killing with a borrowed knife, divine clothes for tribulation. He Qian spoke and said that he had something to discuss with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He Qian was a true emperor expert. What matter did he have to discuss with him? And NBSP, when Ice Dragon Valley Master heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and deep worry flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming and He Qian left their residence and came to a quiet place. It's better for you to return to your original appearance. There's no effect in changing your appearance in front of this old man. He Qian was the first to speak. He looked at Lu Ming with his bright eyes. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He had long known that He Qian would definitely be able to tell. He Qian was a true emperor expert. At such a close distance, even the divine breath technique couldn't hide from him. Moreover, when he saw Tian Shui and Ice Dragon Valley's master earlier, the two of them were initially stunned, but they were soon overjoyed. From this point alone, it was not difficult to guess that Lu Ming had disguised himself. With a single thought, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance and cupped his fists. Senior, Junior had his own reasons for doing so and didn't mean to hide it. What's your name? You don't need to hide it from me. It's not difficult for this old man to find out your background. He Qian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Junior's name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming muttered his real name after a moment of silence. Just as He Qian had said, since he had revealed his true appearance, with the other party's ability, it would be easy to find out who he was. Moreover, the He family and the Hung family had a grudge. They wouldn't tell the Hung family, right? After hearing Lu Ming reveal his real name, He Qian's expression changed. You're Lu Ming, the son of chaos from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Lu Ming who pulled out the celestial the Archsword, and led the kings to fight against the Eternal Star River? If Senior says so, then it's Junior. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. More than a year ago, Lu Ming had caused a huge commotion. Even now, the Hung family had emperor-level experts guarding outside the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. That incident had even triggered a battle between emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's name had long spread throughout the heavenly emperor city. Anyone with some cultivation had heard of his name. Haha, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've seen you, you're truly a peerless heaven's favorite. A true dragon among men. He Gao chuckled. Senior is too kind. I wonder why Senior has called me here? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. He Qian didn't specifically look for him just to ask about his true identity, right? I heard that you are Xiangxiang's master? He Qian spoke. That's right, Xiangxiang Bella is my true disciple. Lu Ming was stunned. Lu Ming, I won't hide it from you. Xiangxiang Bella's physique is very suitable to inherit my legacy. Therefore, I also want to take her as my last disciple. However, Xiangxiang Bella said that it's up to you. So you'd better persuade her to take me as her master. Qian went straight to the point and spoke his thoughts. Senior, are you asking me to persuade my disciple to switch sides? Lu Ming's expression changed. I'm just giving her a better choice. Lu Ming am the true emperor. Xiangxiang will be able to unleash her potential better if she's under my tutelage. Furthermore, you're in a precarious situation now. You're surrounded by the Hung family. Xiangxiang is with you. Do you want her to take the risk with you? He Gao said. This, Lu Ming looked pensive. Lu Ming, if you're doing this for Xiangxiang, you should persuade her to join my family. She can only reach the peak with the He family's resources supporting her. Qian continued. Senior, the matter of acknowledging a master is purely personal. One can go and persuade Xiangxiang, but whether she is willing or not will depend on her. Lu Ming said. A sharp glint flashed in the depths of Qian's eyes, and then he smiled and said, That's good. You go and persuade her first. Since you've reunited with an old friend, you can stay at the He family for a few more days. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and Qian called for someone to bring Lu Ming back to where Xiangxiang Bella was staying. After Lu Ming left, a cold murderous intent flashed in Qian's eyes. You want to brush me off. You really don't know what's good for you. Qian snorted coldly. Based on his experience, he could tell at a glance that Lu Ming was just brushing him off. He did not really want to persuade Xiangxiang to be his master. I didn't expect the master Xiangxiang Bella mentioned to be that brat Lu Ming. As long as that brat is dead, Xiangxiang Bella will still have to obediently acknowledge me as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons technique. Moreover, this kid is very valuable now. A cold killing intent flashed in Qian's eyes. Then, he took a step out of the He clan and headed in another direction of the Heavenly Emperor City. Not long after, a vast palace complex appeared in front of them. This was the Hung family. Qian wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, the Hung family's knife. Who is it? Qian's arrival at the Hung family naturally alerted the Hung family's experts. Boom! The aura of a true emperor erupted from Qian's body, enveloping the entire hall of the Hung family. Get your true emperor to come out and see me. Qian's voice rang out. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Hung family's palace complex. A middle-aged man stepped out and stood in the air, looking at Qian. Qian, you old fogey, why have you come to my Hung family? The true emperor expert from the Hung clan said coldly. The Hung family and the He family had never been on good terms since ancient times, so he naturally didn't treat Qian well. I'm here to make a deal with you. Qian said with a slight smile. What deal? The Hung clan's true emperor said. It's regarding Lu Ming's deal. He Gao said. Lu Ming? Isn't he in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Don't tell me you have a way to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and capture Lu Ming? The Hung family's true emperor sneered in disdain. There were 3 great emperors in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Even the great emperor from the Hung family had no way of entering the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy directly to capture Lu Ming. He didn't believe that the other party had a way. Who said that Lu Ming is in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute now? Qian smiled. Not at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Impossible. Our Hung family has always had experts guarding the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Hung clan's true emperor's expression changed. That's because you Hung family people are useless. Lu Ming has already left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. He Gao sneered. Qian, do you know where Lu Ming is? The Hung clan's true emperor's eyes lit up. That's right, but I can't give you the information for free. You have to pay a price. He Gao said. What do you need? The Hung clan's true emperor's eyes narrowed. Divine tribulation close. Qian slowly opened his mouth. The Hung clan's true emperor's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. Qian, you're simply asking for an exorbitant price. This is impossible. To a martial emperor, the divine clothes for tribulation transcendence were shockingly valuable. This was because the divine robe could help martial sovereigns transcend their tribulations. It was several times more valuable than ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasures. An ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasure was completely useless to a martial emperor powerhouse. However, the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence was extremely useful to even void emperors and true emperors. It could increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation. Escape from the He family every 33,333 years. A martial emperor powerhouse would have to face a calamity of heaven and earth, and each calamity would be more powerful than the last. Since ancient times, countless experts, peerless emperor-level experts, had all turned into dust under our heavenly tribulation. There were very few people who could stay alive. Since they had reached the true emperor realm, no one would be willing to die under a great tribulation. Therefore, a divine robe that could increase the chances of a martial emperor transcending a tribulation was extremely valuable to a martial emperor. If he could survive one tribulation, he would be able to live for another 300,000 years. In these 300,000 years, he could go to some dangerous places to take risks and obtain opportunities. His cultivation might even rise to a higher level, and he might be able to survive the next tribulation. The moment Qian opened his mouth, he wanted to wear the divine tribulation robe. No wonder the Hung clan's true emperor had such a big reaction. I'm telling you, Lu Ming will return to the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy soon. When he returns, it will be impossible for you to take him down and get the Celestial Emperor sword. You have to think carefully which is more important, the divine clothing or the Celestial Emperor's sword. He Gao sneered. The Hung family's true emperor's expression flickered as if he was considering the possibility. The divine clothes for tribulation transcendence. Give it to him. At this moment, another voice came from the Hung family's palace. Then a white-haired elder stepped out. This person was also a true emperor. Qian's expression changed slightly. His figure moved and retreated 100 miles, afraid that he would be besieged by the other party. The He family and the Hung family had been enemies since ancient times, so he naturally had to be on guard. Qian, I can give you the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence, but I hope you don't lie to us. Otherwise, the Hung family will kill you even if we have to mobilize all our forces. The white-haired old man said coldly. Give me the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence and I'll bring you to Lu Ming. He Gao said. All right, I'll give it to you. The white-haired elder nodded and returned to the Hung family. After a while, he came again and waved his hand. A storage ring flew towards Qian. Qian received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His face revealed a look of wild joy. This time it was really killing two birds with one stone. He could get rid of Lu Ming, make Lu Xiangxiang give up on him, take him as her master, cultivate the 4 seasons technique, and obtain the divine clothing for the tribulation. As long as his plan succeeded, he was 90% confident that he would be able to survive this disaster and increase his lifespan by another 33,333 years. Qian, can you tell me now? Where is Lu Ming? The true emperor from the Hung family asked. Lu Ming, stay as a guest in my mansion. Qian smiled proudly. Let's go, we'll go with you. The Hung clan's white-haired true emperor said. Together with the previous true emperor, they followed Qian and headed towards the He clan. After Lu Ming and Qian separated, he frowned. He did nor expect that the other party actually wanted to take Xiangxiang as a disciple. A true emperor taking Xiangxiang as a disciple was naturally a good thing for her. However, Lu Ming did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable when he was with Qian. He felt that Qian did not simply want to take Xiangxiang Bella as his disciple. Qian gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Therefore, when he promised Qian just now to persuade Xiangxiang, it was purely perfunctory. We have to bring Xiangxiang and the rest away as soon as possible. As long as we enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, we will be safe. But how do we bring them away? Lu Ming quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. After a while, he saw Xiangxiang Bella's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Ice Dragon Valley Master was pacing back and forth, seemingly very anxious. The master of the ice-cold valley was overjoyed to see Lu Ming. The person who led the way also said his goodbyes and left. Lu Ming, what did Qian say to you? Is he asking you to persuade Xiangxiang to acknowledge him as her master? Ice-cold Valley Master hurried over and asked. That's right. Valley Master, you know about it too? Lu Ming nodded and answered. Lu Ming, you must not agree to Qian's request. Otherwise, Xiangxiang will be in danger. Ice-Cold Valley Master said anxiously. Valley Master, what's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed and he asked. Qian is most likely making use of Xiangxiang. The Ice-Cold Valley Master immediately explained that Qian might have used Xiangxiang to cultivate and resist the heavenly tribulation. What? Detestable. Lu Ming was shocked after hearing that. He roared in anger and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Qian wanted to take Xiangxiang as his disciple. He was not sincere at all. He only wanted to make use of Xiangxiang. No wonder Lu Ming had a bad feeling previously. Not good. Qian knows my true identity. He definitely won't let me go. We have to leave immediately. Suddenly Lu Ming's expression changed. At this moment, all kinds of possibilities flashed through Lu Ming's mind. If he was Qian, he would have killed Lu Ming directly. This way, it would be much easier for Xiangxiang Bela to join another sect without her master. He could even go to the Hung family to seek benefits, killing two birds with one stone. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Valley Master, let's go. We have to leave the Hung family immediately. Having said that, Lu Ming rushed into the courtyard. When he saw Xiangxiang Bela and Tian Chui, Lu Ming immediately summoned the mountain and river diagram and said, Valley Master, Xiangxiang, senior brother, quickly enter the mountain and river diagram. I'll take you are of the He family. Master, this is... Xiangxiang Bela revealed a puzzled expression. There's no time to explain, hurry. Lu Ming shouted. A white light flashed and Xiangxiang Bela and Tian Chui were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, do you have any way to get out? Ice Dragon Valley Master asked anxiously. Valley Master, don't worry. I have my ways. However, I need to borrow your clothes. Lu Ming said. The Valley Master's eyes flickered. Then, a set of clothes appeared in his hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming then put the Valley Master into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body began to transform into the appearance of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Even his aura was exactly the same. Lu Ming quickly changed into Ice Dragon Valley Master's clothes and walked outside. Ice Dragon Valley Master and the others were allowed to move within a certain range. And NBSP as Ice Dragon Valley Master walked out, he secretly glanced at him. But he only glanced at him and ignored him. Lu Ming walked around and came to a remote place. There were no longer any eyes watching him. At this moment, he happened to meet a middle-aged man walking towards him. Lu Ming glanced around and could tell that archy middle-aged man had the cultivation base of the Great Sage Initial Realm. Lu Ming walked toward the man without a word. When he got close, Lu Ming struck R like lightning and knocked Ari man unconscious. Then, he took off the man's clothes and changed into them. Following that, Lu Ming's figure began to transform into the man's appearance. The middle-aged man was thrown into the mountain and river diagram by Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming swaggered out of the He family's gate. Along the way, no one stopped him. Very soon, Lu Ming left the He family residence smoothly. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as soon as he left the He residence. He saw a few figures in the distance rushing into He residence at a terrifying speed. One of them was Qian. There really are experts from the Hung family. Lu Ming's eyes were gloomy. He had seen the other two people who came with Qian. They were two of the three true emperors from the Hung family, who had entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy to capture him. Chapter 1924 Suicide, Let's Go. 11 Lu Ming did not hesitate. He accelerated to his maximum speed and rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He wanted to use the fastest speed to return to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. On the other side, Qian brought the two true emperors from the Hung clan to the He clan and arrived outside Lu Xiangxiang's residence. Lu Ming, I'll leave it to you. It's not convenient for me to go in. You can't touch the little girl inside. As for the others, you can do as you please. One Qian warned. The two true emperors from the Hung clan nodded and stepped out. They arrived in the air above Xiangxiang Bella's courtyard and scanned the area with their spiritual senses. With a single glance, their faces darkened and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. The two of them moved and arrived in front of He Gao, their eyes burning with anger. He Shao, you dare to play with us? One the white-haired true emperor said coldly. Playing with you? Why do you say that? One He Shao's face darkened as he said this. He did not know why, but he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. There's no one in the courtyard. Are you playing with us? The expression of the other true emperor from the Hung family became even uglier. Qian's expression changed drastically. There's no one here. How is that possible? Qian said. After saying that, he rushed into the courtyard like a gust of wind and swept out his spiritual sense violently. There was no one. The courtyard was empty. Damn it, where are they? Qian bellowed in rage. His spiritual consciousness spread out to the other residences of the He family like a storm. However, he did not find Lu Ming and the rest anywhere it passed. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment 2 figures flew out and landed in front of He Hao. They were the experts that He Yan had used to secretly monitor Xiangxiang and the others. Where are they? Where are the people in the courtyard? Qian roared in rage. His face was twisted in anger. People? Weren't they in the courtyard? We didn't see them come out. Could it be? It's an estate world treasure. The 2 of them thought of something and their expressions changed drastically. You 2 idiots! Qian rebuked angrily, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. He said in a low voice, the art of disguise. Lu Ming is proficient in the art of disguise. I didn't expect this kid to be so meticulous. I was too careless. Although he knew that Lu Ming was proficient in the art of disguise, he had thought that Lu Ming would at least stay at the He family for a day. He had already rushed over to look for the Hung family. As long as Lu Ming stayed any longer, he would not be able to escape. He did not expect that as soon as he left, Lu Ming brought Xiangxiang, Bella and the rest and left the He family. He knew that he had miscalculated. He Xiao, what tricks are you playing? If you want to lie to us, hand over the divine tribulation robe. The 2 true emperors from the Hung clan appeared on either side of Qian with dark expressions. Their powerful auras enveloped Qian. You 2, this is the He family. Qian said coldly. The expressions of the 2 true emperors from the Hung clan changed. That's right, this was the He family. If he made a move against Qian, he would definitely be attacked by the experts of the He family. At that time they would all be in danger. Qian, the Hung family's tribulation transcending outfit isn't that easy to trick. If you don't return it, you'll have to wait for the Hung family's revenge unless you hide in the He family forever. The white-haired true emperor of the Hung family said coldly, and the aura around him became even stronger. What are you guys so anxious about? No matter where that little bastard Lu Ming is hiding, I will be able to find him. Qian sneered. Then he began to form a magical seal with both hands. This was the seal to control the soul-devouring insects. No matter how far away they were, as long as he formed the seal, he could control the soul-devouring insects and sense Lu Ming's location through them. Lu Ming used all his strength and flew towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy like a bolt of lightning. The He clan wasn't too far away from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He was rapidly approaching the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. All of a sudden Lu Ming's expression changed. He sensed that something was happening in the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. Part of his mind controlled the mountain and river diagram, and continued to fly towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming entered, he saw the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley holding his head with his hands and roaring like a wild beast. His face was full of pain. And NBSP, the Ice Dragon Valley Master's head heavily smashed into the mountain, causing it to shake and sending debris flying. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xiangxiang Bela stood at the side, not knowing what to do, her eyes filled with tears. Poisoned, Valley Master must have been poisoned. Damn it, that Qian is so vicious. Tianxue roared. And NBSP just now, Ice Dragon Valley Master had already explained the matter to them, so they understood the cause and effect. Qian let Xiangxiang cultivate the 4 seasons technique, because he wanted to use Xiangxiang's primordial yin to improve himself. How vicious! The 2 of them felt a wave of fear after hearing that. Valley Master, what poison did you get? Lu Ming came to the side of Ice Dragon Valley Master and asked. It's the soul-devouring insects. Qian has already returned to the He family, and knows that we have escaped. This is bad. He can determine our location through the soul-devouring insects. Lu Ming, kill me, kill me. An NBSP kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Damn it! How did this happen? Tianshui, Xiangxiang Bela, and Lu Ming's faces were extremely ugly. Quickly kill me. Otherwise Qian will catch up with me very soon. You're courting death. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. His originally gentle face was now twisted in pain. His head slammed heavily on the mountain peak once more, creating a huge pit. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master's face was covered in blood, his white hair scattered. Even with his status as the Valley Master and his absolute Saint Realm cultivation, he still found it difficult to endure. It was clear how terrifying he was. The hearts of Lu Ming and the other two started to tremble. Qian, I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Hurry up and do it. An NBSP kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master, we can't do it. Xiangxiang Bela shook her head repeatedly. How is it possible for them to kill the Ice Dragon Valley Master? Valley Master, we will reach the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy soon. After we reach the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, one will think of a way to ask the Emperor to help you take out the soul-devouring insects. Lu Ming shouted. It's too late. Qian will catch up with us very soon. By then, none of us will be able to escape. I'm old, and my cultivation has reached its limit. One have no hope of breaking through in the future, but you can't die. You have a bright future. Dragon God Valley will depend on you in the future. Hurry up and do it. An NBSP kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. No, you can't. The three of them shook their heads firmly. If you guys aren't going to do it, then I'll do it myself. Die. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. The saint energy in his body surged crazily, then rushed to his head. Not good. Lu Ming, Tianshui, and Xiangxiang Bela's faces changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to stop it. Boom! And NBSP a boom exploded in Ice Dragon Valley Master's mind, and then he stood there in a daze. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master. Lu Ming and the other two turned pale with fright and rushed to the side of Ice Dragon Valley Master. And NBSP, but at this moment, Ice Dragon Valley Master was no longer breathing. He had died and destroyed his own soul to avoid being located by Qian. Chapter 1925 Killing Intent. Ice Dragon Valley Master had destroyed his own soul. Once the soul was destroyed, the soul would be scattered and the martial artist would naturally die. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying aura. His body exuded an extremely cold killing intent, causing the temperature in the mountain and river diagram to drop rapidly. Qian, family, I Lu Ming will definitely get my revenge. Lu Ming roared in his heart and his eyes were bloodshot. Although the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley had not known Lu Ming for a long time, he was a gentle person. Back then, he had always stood on Lu Ming's side and helped him a lot with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He was a humble and kind elder who always thought for the younger generation and Dragon God Valley. He had chosen to die in order to preserve the hope of Dragon God Valley. He could die, but Lu Ming and the rest could not. Beside him, Tianshui clenched his fists tightly, his killing intent incomparably thick. Grandpa Valley Master. Xiangxiang Bela hugged Ice Dragon Valley Master tightly and cried. Over the past few years, Ice Dragon Valley Master had led them on the run. They had experienced too much and had long established a deep relationship. But now, she also understood that Qian had planted soul-devouring insects in Ice Dragon Valley's master long ago. But he had never told her. She didn't know how much he had suffered for her in secret. However, she didn't know any of those hardships. This time, Ice Dragon Valley Master had chosen to commit suicide not because he couldn't bear the pain, but because of them. Thinking of this, Xiangxiang Bela was in even more pain. One will definitely take revenge for this. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Then, with a thought, he left the mountain and river diagram and rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute with all his might. He understood that now was not the time to be sad. Ice Dragon Valley Master had committed suicide because of them. They could not let down Ice Dragon Valley Master's painstaking efforts. Lu Ming flew at high speed, getting closer and closer to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. In the He family, Qian's expression suddenly changed. Damn old dogs, you actually committed suicide. But you won't be able to escape from my hands. He Gao shouted in anger and said to the two true emperors of the Hung clan, Lu Ming is rushing to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy at full speed. Chase after him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three true emperor powerhouses moved and disappeared without a trace, chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. However, he did not fly in from the main gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Instead, he flew from the side of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. There was a Hung clan martial emperor guarding the main gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. If the Hung clan martial emperor received the news and stopped him, he would not be able to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. In front, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was already in sight. The saint energy in Lu Ming's body circulated at full force as he rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. Sila. At this moment, the void behind Lu Ming shattered and a few figures stepped out from the spatial crack. It was Qian and the two true emperors from the Hung family. Qian swept his gaze and saw Lu Ming flying at full speed. Lu Ming, get over here. Qian bellowed. He stretched out his hand and a huge hand formed, grabbing at Lu Ming. Explode, 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 go! Lu Ming roared. The saint energy in his body exploded like gunpowder, producing a shocking power that increased his speed. This method couldn't last long, only for a short time, and it was very harmful to the body. But now Lu Ming could not care so much. Lu Ming's speed increased sharply and he rushed out of the range of Qian's large hand, rushing into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Not good. He has rushed into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. What should we do? The two true emperors from the Hung family had ugly expressions. If Lu Ming rushed into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, he would be under the protection of the institute. 111 Take him down no matter where I go. Qian's face was ferocious and filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to take Lu Xiangxiang away. He deserved to die. Lu Xiangxiang was related to whether he would be able to survive the next major tribulation. This was more important than anything else. If Lu Ming dared to stop him, he could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. And that old dog, Ice Dragon, actually killed himself. He really got off easy. Buzz. Qian rushed straight into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He stretched out his hand and condensed another huge hand, grabbing towards Lu Ming. This huge hand covered the sky and covered the sun. This time Lu Ming could not escape at all. However, at this moment, a beam of divine light burst out from the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The divine light was like a sword. With a slash, Qian's huge hand instantly shattered. The terrifying divine light did not stop and continued to slash towards He Hao. Boom! Qian tried his best, but it was still useless. He was directly sent flying out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. His face was as pale as paper, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. A hole had appeared in his chest, and the terrifying destructive power was corroding his flesh. Great Emperor! Qian muttered, revealing a deep fear. A true emperor actually dares to attack a disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Do you think my words are nonsense? An ancient voice rang out from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As the last word was spoken, a sound wave surged towards Qian and the two true emperors from the Hung clan. The three of them had a huge change in expression as they frantically retreated. However, their bodies still trembled and they were severely injured. Especially Qian, his injuries were even more severe. If there's a next time, I'll kill. The great emperor's voice rang out again, and then it fell silent. Damn it! Qian bellowed in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, his heart filled with unwillingness. Lu Ming had taken Lu Xiangxiang away just like that. His plan was ruined. Furthermore, he had just been severely injured by the great emperor's attack. His chances of surviving the next tribulation were even lower. He was furious. He roared in his heart and was extremely unwilling. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces, but he did not dare to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The great emperor had already given the order. If he stepped in again, the great emperor would definitely kill him. Old dog Qian, if you don't die, one will personally cut off your dog head in the future. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on Qian from afar as his cold voice was heard. Just you? You better stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy for the rest of your life and never come out. Qian said coldly. Old dog, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he moved and left the place. Humph, little bastard, you're far away. Qian snorted coldly and planned to leave and return to the He family. However, in a flash, the two true emperors from the Hung family blocked Qian's path. What's the meaning of this? He Gao asked with a cold face. What do you mean? We didn't catch Lu Ming. It's time to return the tribulation transcendence clothes to us. The white-haired true emperor of the Hung clan said coldly. Return it to you? I've already provided you with information about Lu Ming, and you've seen him. The tribulation transcending sage robe is mine. As for whether you've caught Lu Ming or not, it's none of my business. He Xiao's eyes turned as he said slyly. Now that he had lost Xiangxiang and was injured by the great emperor, his chances of success in the next great tribulation were even lower. Right now, the divine robe was his only hope. How could he hand it over to the Hung family? If he handed over the divine clothing, he would definitely not be able to survive the next great tribulation and would die in it. This was a matter of life and death. The revenge begins. Qian. You're trying to trick the Hung family's tribulation transcending outfit. Be careful that you won't be able to use it, even if you have the life to take it. One of the Hung clan's true emperors shouted, and his powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. If you can't capture Lu Ming, you have no right to take the Hung family's divine robe for tribulation transcendence. Hand it over. The Hung clan's white-haired true emperor shouted coldly, and the divine light of the world bloomed from his body. If Qian didn't hand over the divine tribulation transcending robe, he would attack at any moment. The divine clothing for tribulation transcendence was extremely precious. It could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. Moreover, it was a one-time use. After transcending the heavenly tribulation once, it would be useless the next time. Initially, it was worth it to take down Lu Ming and obtain the Celestial Emperor's sword. However, Lu Ming had not been taken down and the Celestial Thearch sword had not been obtained. How could they be willing to let it be regarded as a piece of divine clothing for tribulation transcendence for no reason? Qian's expression was unsightly. He was truly unwilling to hand over the treasure that he had obtained. All right, 111, return it to you. But one provided the information after all, so you should at least compensate me. He Gao said coldly. Compensation? What do you want? The white-haired true emperor of the Hung clan asked. A true emperor weapon. Qian spoke. A true emperor weapon? The two true emperors of the Hung clan looked at each other and nodded. All right. We agree to your request. The Hung clan's white-haired true emperor said with a nod. Although true emperor weapons were precious, they were still far inferior to the tribulation transcending divine clothes. All right. Then I'll give you the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. Qian revealed an expression of heartache. One. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the Hung clan's white-haired true emperor. The white-haired true emperor of the Hung clan waved his hand and grabbed the storage ring. At this time, Qian's eyes revealed a ruthless look as he muttered. Explode! Boom! The storage ring exploded, and the destructive power sent the white-haired true emperor of the Hung family flying. This way, there was a gap in the encirclement of the two true emperors of the Hung family. Run! Qian seized the opportunity and flew out like a bolt of lightning, fleeing in the direction of the He clan. Damn it, Qian, you're looking for death. The Hung family's white-haired true emperor let out a heaven-shaking roar. What can you do to me if I hide in the He family? Qian sneered, his voice coming from afar. Now, his heavenly tribulation was more important. There were less than 100 years left. At most, he would hide in the He family for the next 100 years. 100 years was just a blink of an eye to him. The He family was as famous as the Hung family. As long as he hid in the He family and didn't come out, the Hung family couldn't do anything to him. He flew toward the He family like a bolt of lightning. Qian, how dare you covet the Hung family's treasure? Your He family will pay the price. Behind him, the other true emperor from the Hung family roared and chased after Qian. In the blink of an eye, He disappeared without a trace. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, a figure flashed and Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming had seen everything that had happened to the three true emperors earlier. It looks like Qian tipped the Hung family off and used my information to exchange for the Hung family's treasure. Now they're in a mess. Very well, Hung family, just you wait. I'll make you pay soon. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He took a step forward and his figure disappeared. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, a new tomb appeared on a mountain peak rich with original qi. Lu Ming, Xiangxiang, Bela, Tianchui, and Xuaningxin were kowtowing in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Behind him, the other members of the Dragon Alliance also bowed. After a long time, Lu Ming stood up. He took out a pot of wine and poured it in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Then, with a single thought, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. This person was the one who was brought out of the He family by Lu Ming. He was also a member of He Hao's mansion. Valley Master, today I will offer the blood of this person from the He family to you. In the future, I will personally take off He Qian's dog head and come to offer it to you. With that, Lu Ming raised his knife and cut off the man's head. Valley Master, I'll make the He and Hung families pay some interest soon, Lu Ming muttered. Then he turned around and left the place. It was useless to be overly sad. Lu Ming would use his actions to make the He family regret. In Lu Ming's residence, he took out the Stone of Chaos and studied it carefully. I've lost the chaotic original qi as expected. What a pity. Lu Ming took a look. He injected his saint energy and chaos laws into it, but there was no reaction. There was no chaos qi in the chaos gem at all. However, a chaos gem was still a chaos gem. Even without chaos qi, it could still be used as the main material to craft monarch weapons. Lu Ming used his holy weapon to attack the Rock of Chaos, but he could not even leave a mark on it. Lu Ming refined it. At a critical moment, it might be used as a defensive treasure to resist the enemy's attack. After that, Lu Ming closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 3 days later, Lu Ming was back to his peak state. He then used the divine breath technique to change his appearance and left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, there were still experts from the Hung family standing guard. When they saw Lu Ming coming out, they scanned him with their spiritual senses but found nothing unusual. Lu Ming swaggered away. Lu Ming had come out for nothing but revenge. He didn't have the power to fight the He and Hung families yet, but he could collect some interest first. Lu Ming's first stop was Vientiane Tower. Firstly, Lu Ming bought all the information about the Hung family and the He family at Vientiane Tower. He even bought the information of some important figures in the two families. Of course, it cost a lot of money. After Lu Ming took away the information of the important figures of the two families, he began to study it in detail. 3 days later, Lu Ming went to Vientiane Tower again to inquire about some people from the Hung family and He family. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, one of the 3 buildings in Heavenly Emperor City, was extremely famous. That was because the beauties in the Drunken Immortal Restaurant were the most famous in the Heavenly Emperor City. Of course, there was also good wine that could make immortals drunk and dream of death. Therefore, this place had become the gathering place for the young geniuses of many forces in Heavenly Emperor City. Not only the young geniuses but even the older generation would come. He Yutong was one of the top heaven's favorites in the younger generation of the He family. He was placed in an important position in the He family at a young age. Although he did not have a king physique, he was a heaven's favorite second only to the king physique. Now, his cultivation had reached the great saint perfection realm. However, he had been very depressed during this period of time. He was also cultivating in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, the supreme talents of the He family didn't have much achievements. They were suppressed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Out of the 4 sets of array discs, the He family didn't get a single one. In the end, they could only choose to join the Divine Fire Alliance. Therefore, he was very unhappy. In his spare time, he would run out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, return to the He clan, or go to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant to relax. In Drunken Immortal Restaurant there was a mirror-like lake. On the lake there were sailboats floating and on the lakeshore there were many pavilions. He Yutong was lying in a pavilion with 2 beautiful girls. One was massaging his shoulders and the other was lying in his arms. She was soft and fragrant. He closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed it. He Yutong, get out here. At this moment a loud roar broke the silence. Intensifying the conflict between the two families, a loud roar broke the silence and He Yutong's mood. Which bastard dares to disturb this young master? He's courting death. He Yutong stood up and stepped out of the pavilion. He looked ahead with cold eyes. In front of him, a middle-aged man stood on the lake with his hands behind his back. Who are you? He Yutong looked at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes. He did not know this man. The person who wants your life. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then he dashed toward He Yutong. Saint power surged in his hand and formed a long sword. Like a rainbow light, the long sword stabbed toward He Yutong as fast as lightning. He Yutong was shocked. He exploded with all his power and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the middle-aged man. Clang! The long sword and the saber collided, creating a buzzing sound. He Yutong's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Eternal Spring's laws. You're from the Hung family. Why do you want to kill me? He Yutong roared. At this time, the people in the sailboats and other pavilions on the lake had long been alarmed. They looked over in their direction and were all shocked. The laws of Eternal Spring were unique to the Hung family. Only the bloodline and body constitution of the Hung family could comprehend the laws of Eternal Spring. The Hung family came to kill He Yutong? The Hung family and the He family were sworn enemies. 1,000 years ago there had been a fierce battle between them. However, in the last few hundred years their relationship had eased a lot. Although there were still some conflicts, there were very few people who would kill each other in front of the public for no reason. Now why did the middle-aged man want to kill He Yutong? He Qian, old dog, you're so shameless. You took away the Hung family's treasure and didn't return it. Then it'll make your He family disciples pay the price. The middle-aged man said coldly. His aura exploded, and a terrifying sword light cut through the air and slashed toward He Yutong. No, run! He Yutong roared madly. He wanted to escape, but the difference in combat strength between him and his opponent was too great. With a slash of the sword, all his resistance collapsed. His entire body was cut in half, and his corpse fell into the lake. He Qian, old dog, you only have yourself to blame. The middle-aged man left these words and soared into the sky, leaving the place. This middle-aged man was naturally Lu Ming in disguise. Previously, at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he had seen He Qian and the two true emperors of the Hung family in conflict. From the words of the other party, Lu Ming speculated that He Qian must have used him as a condition to take the Hung family's treasure. Later on, the Hung family wanted it back, but He Qian did not return it. Back then, the two true emperors of the Hung family had shouted that they wanted the He family to pay the price. Now Lu Ming was taking advantage of this and attacking the He family members to provoke a conflict between the two sides. As for Lu Ming's chaos laws, other than the kingly laws and the 10 ultimate laws, all the other laws could be changed. The laws of Eternal Spring were not the laws of the King Path. Naturally, Lu Ming could change them. An expert from the Hung family had killed He Yutong, the pride of the He family. The reason was that He Qian of the He family had taken the Hung family's treasure. After Lu Ming left, this piece of news spread at a terrifying speed from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Not long after, a few old men sat in a hall of the He family. The atmosphere was very serious. Bang! He Qian slammed the table heavily, his eyes full of anger. Preposterous. Is the Hung family going to start a war with our He family? They had already received the news of He Yutong's death, and were currently discussing this matter. It's all because of you. You embezzled the Hung family's divine robe for tribulation, which caused such a disaster. He Yutong also died because of you. The other old man said coldly. What do you mean by that? He Qian's eyes were cold as he looked at the person. That person was in existence at the same level as He Qian, so how could he be afraid of He Qian? He sneered and said, it's very clear what I mean. If you didn't take the Hung family's treasure, why would they send people to kill my He family? No matter what, you have to pay the price for this. Hand over the divine robe, and it will belong to the family. Of course, the He family was not united. It was divided into various factions. Bullshit, one deserved the divine clothing. If you want it, fight me. Let's see what you can do. Die. He Gao shouted, his powerful aura filling the hall. Alright, stop arguing. The most important thing now is how to deal with the Hung family's revenge. The other old man waved his hand and said, at worst, we'll just fight the Hung family. He Gao said coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. The divine clothing was related to whether he could survive the heavenly tribulation or not, and it was more important than anything. At this moment they received a message at the same time. They took out their jade voice transmission talismans and their expressions changed again. Damn it, the Hung family is too much. Is this an all-out war? The few elders roared. They had just received news that 2 more experts from the He family had been killed by the Hung family. If it could be tolerated, then who couldn't? The Hung family was obviously going to take revenge. If they delayed any longer, who knew how many people would be killed? Let's go to the Hung family. I'd like to see if they want to start a full-scale war. An old man sitting at the head of the table said coldly before walking out. The other elders, including Qian, also followed. They left the hall and headed straight for the Hung family. In a hall of the Hung family, some elders were discussing some matters. Who sent people to kill the He family? Someone asked. We didn't do that. Although Qian was despicable and took the divine clothing for himself, we were still thinking of a way and didn't send anyone to kill the He family members. The white-haired true emperor who had given the tribulation transcending divine robe to Qian said with a frown. The others also looked at each other. They didn't send anyone, so who was it that killed the He family? Could it be a private act of the Hung family's descendants? The people of the He clan are despicable and shameless. In my opinion, we should just kill them. The other true emperor said coldly. 1,000 years ago, the He clan and the Hung clan had an intense war. These emperor-level figures had all fought with the He clan back then and had great enmity with them. So what if they killed a few people of the He clan? Boom! Boom! At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from outside the Hung family. Many powerful auras filled the air. Humph, it seems like the people from the He family have come. Qian took our divine clothing for tribulation transcendence, and the people of the He clan still dare to come here. Make them hand over the divine clothing. The elders snorted and rushed out of the hall. Outside the Hung family, Qian and the other experts of the He family stood in the sky. Terrifying auras emanated from their bodies as they pressed down on the Hung family's palace. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh. In the Hung family, many experts appeared in a flash. In the end, a few elders from the Hung family flew over. Each of them exuded a vast aura that negated the aura of the He family's powerhouses. Qian, you still dare to come? Hand over the divine clothing. The Hung clan's white-haired true emperor stared at Qian, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Chapter 1928 War between 2 races. Your Hung family still wants my tribulation transcending outfit? In your dreams, you secretly sent people to kill my He family members. How do you explain this? Qian shouted. We didn't send anyone to kill the people of the He family. An expert from the Hung clan spoke. Bullshit. You used the laws of eternal spring to kill the people of the He family. Do you think we're blind? An expert of the He clan shouted. What a joke. Qian took my tribulation transcending clothes, and we didn't even go to his house. Your He family only lost a few useless pieces of trash, and you came to my Hung family. Do you want to start a war? An expert from the Hung clan coldly spoke. The He clan and the Hung clan had always been mortal enemies. Although they had eased up a little in recent years, these martial emperor powerhouses had lived for a long time and had fought with each other countless times. Their enmity was not that easy to resolve. Every time they met, it was always with swords drawn and bows bent. Good, very good. You killed members of the He family. Do you think we're easy to bully? Unless you don't go out in the future, eh? Qian sneered. In other words, if the Hung family could kill the He family could also kill the Hung family. Qian, then I'll kill you first. The white-haired true emperor from the Hung clan had a very strong killing intent. Qian had taken one of their divine tribulation transcending clothes, so he wanted to kill Qian immediately and take it back. At this moment, a figure flew over at high speed and arrived beside the Hung family expert. True Emperor, it's not good. The He family has been secretly hunting the experts of my Hung family. 2 great saints and 1 absolute saint have been killed by the He family. The man reported. What? You should die. When the Hung family's true emperor expert heard this, he was instantly enraged. On the surface, the He family had come to denounce their crimes, but they had secretly sent people to kill the Hung family members. They were despicable and shameless. Nonsense. We didn't send anyone to kill your Hung family, an old man from the He family said with a frown. You're obviously using the law of the 4 seasons, yet you dare to say that you're not a member of the He family. The person who came to report the news shouted. The He family inherited the law of the 4 seasons, which was similar to the eternal spring law of the Hung family. In the distant past, the He family was even known as the descendants of the celestial emperor, which was why they were mortal enemies with the Hung family. Damn it, you took the Hung family's divine tribulation robe, and now you're sending people to kill my Hung family members. Today all of you can stay. One of the Hung clan's true emperors was furious. He activated his world energy and a terrifying sword light shot towards the He clan's true emperor. If you want to start a war, don't think that the He family will be afraid of you. The true emperor of the He clan was also furious and launched a counterattack. Do it. The other experts of the Hung family also made their moves. Terrifying sword lights burst out and attacked the experts of the He family. However, the He clan's experts were all at the true emperor level, so they also launched their counterattacks. The entire area was blown up. The terrifying force was rampant. The entire heavenly emperor city seemed to be shaking. The chaotic battle of true emperors was too terrifying. Countless people were alarmed and flew up to watch. Heavens, a battle between true emperors. That's the experts of the Hung and He families. Are the 2 families going to have another war after 1,000 years? In the distance, many people watched in fear. In the distant sky, Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned young man and watched from afar. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. In fact, his plan wasn't very brilliant. He used the chaos laws to split up the Hung family and the He family and kill the other side's people to trigger a conflict between the 2 sides. As long as the 2 families calmed down and discussed this plan, it would not be difficult for them to see through it. They might even suspect Lu Ming. However, the enmity between the 2 families was deep to begin with. It was like gunpowder that would ignite at the slightest spark. Moreover, there was also He Qian's matter, so it was impossible for the 2 families to sit down and get along. After a few words, they really started fighting. Boom! Boom! Terrifying sword and saber lights filled the entire sky. The space cracked open, revealing a terrifying pitch-black space. However, this was the Hung family. As soon as they started, powerful auras were released in the Hung family. Some terrifying experts woke up from their seclusion and joined the battle. The He family's true emperor expert was instantly at a disadvantage. Rush out and return to the He family. A true emperor from the He clan roared. There were 5 true emperors from the He clan who came. The 5 of them joined forces and attacked madly. However, there were more and more true emperors from the Hung family. They were at a complete disadvantage and couldn't charge out at all. Attack the rest of the Hung family. He Qian's eyes revealed a malevolent look as he slashed out a blade light. It wasn't aimed at the other true emperors, but at the Hung family's palaces and those below the true emperor realm. Not good, despicable. The Hung clan's true emperors roared in anger. 2 of them rushed out to help, but it was too late. He Qian's blade light was hundreds of miles long. As it fell, countless Hung family members were turned into ashes. A hundreds of miles long crack appeared in the palace of the Hung family, and continued to extend forward. He Xiao, you're looking for death. The Hung clan's true emperors were enraged, and some of them charged towards He Qian. However, He Qian's face was filled with ferocity as he slashed at the other members of the Hung family. The few true emperors had no choice but to block He Qian's saber light. Normally, when true emperors fought, they wouldn't attack the weak. However, He Qian's great tribulation was approaching. This time he did not have much confidence, so he acted extremely crazily and did not follow any rules. When the Hung clan's true emperors went to rescue the others, an opening appeared in the encirclement. Qian and the other 5 true emperors from the He clan broke out of the encirclement and rushed towards the He clan. He family, you must pay with your blood. The Hung family's true emperor let out an angry roar. In the distance, Lu Ming sneered. His figure flashed and he headed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Next, he didn't need to do anything. He just had to watch. A war would definitely break out between the Hung family and the He family. Not long after Lu Ming returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, in the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Xiangxiang wielded his combat sword and charged towards the Divine Fire Alliance. In the Divine Fire Alliance, he killed the He family's #1 prodigy, a powerful king body. This matter shook the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The He clan elite was in the top 10 of the Saint King ranking. He was terrifyingly talented and was the second in command of the Divine Fire Alliance. However, he had been killed just like that. No one in the Divine Fire Alliance dared to stop the Eternal Star River. After hearing this news, the He family was in an uproar. He was the #1 heaven's favorite of the He family, with a powerful king body and unparalleled talent. He was regarded as the future hope of the He family and a figure who had the potential to break through to the great sovereign realm. But now he was killed by the Star River just like that. Start the battle. An angry voice came from the He family. Start the battle. It was the same in the Hung family. On this day, the Hung clan and the He clan both sent out terrifying experts. They met in the central area of the 2 clans. There was nothing to say, and a terrifying battle immediately broke out between the 2 clans. Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Battle between great emperors. The He clan and the Hung clan each sent out thousands of experts, and a terrifying battle broke out in the area between the 2 clans. This battle had shocked the entire Heavenly Emperor city. This battle was extremely brutal. The sun and the moon had lost their light. The area around the Heavenly Emperor city had been razed to the ground. That battle lasted for an entire day. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses before they retreated. It was said that many experts from both sides had died in this battle. Even more than 10 martial emperors and even true emperors had fallen. In the Heavenly Emperor city, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. This was because everyone knew that the war between the 2 clans would not end just like that. On the contrary, it was only the beginning. Sure enough, after this battle, the 2 families were at war. Both sides sent people to attack each other's businesses. Both sides were constantly fighting and experts were constantly being killed. The enmity between the 2 sides had reached an irreconcilable point. The battle was getting more and more intense, and even true emperors would often kill each other. Every day there would be experts dying. This intense battle lasted for 3 months, and countless experts from the Hung and He families had died. However, this did not stop the 2 parties. Instead, their hatred grew even more intense. On this day, a piece of news shook the entire Heavenly Emperor city, and even the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. The Hung clan's great emperor had challenged the He clan's great emperor. Half a month later, they would fight to the death at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The battle between great emperors shocked the world. Countless people were dumbfounded and shocked. He didn't expect that the confrontation between the 2 families would eventually lead to a battle between great emperors. Heavenly Emperor City was the #1 holy land among the 9 holy lands in Mount Yuan. It was the most powerful. As one of the most powerful forces in Heavenly Emperor City, the Hung family and the He family both had great emperors. In half a month, the great emperors of the 2 clans would fight at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. When Lu Ming heard this news, he was somewhat dumbfounded. He did not expect that things would develop to this stage. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Wasn't his original intention to let the He family and the Hung family fight each other? He would use the blood of the Hung and He families to pay tribute to the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley. It would be even more perfect if a great emperor died. Lu Ming sneered. A battle between great sovereigns was a rare sight. This incident had alarmed most of the powerful forces in the Yuan Mountain. In the past half a month, many experts had come to the Heavenly Emperor City, wanting to see the great sovereigns. Time flew by and half a month passed in a flash. On this day, countless people gathered at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Normally, when great emperors fought, no one would dare to get close to watch. Great sovereigns were too powerful. Even a wisp of their qi would be disastrous. They would definitely die. Even ordinary martial sovereigns would not be able to survive. However, it would be different at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the place where the Heavenly Emperor had cultivated and verified his Tao. On it, the Heavenly Emperor's Qi engine filled the air. Ordinary people would not be able to climb up the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even for martial emperor powerhouses, their cultivation would be greatly suppressed when they ascended the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It was said that even true emperor powerhouses could not fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's range. Only the great emperor powerhouses could fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, they would be greatly suppressed. The fluctuations from the battle would also be suppressed and would not cause any disastrous consequences. On this morning, the sky surrounding the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with countless figures. There were countless people of all cultivation levels. There were martial royal realm, saint realm, martial emperor realm, and even true emperor realm experts. A battle between great emperors was a rare sight. It might be of help to a true emperor. Under the lead of a few true emperor-level teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy also came to the void far away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. They looked on from afar. Lu Ming and the others were among them. Sila! Sila! At this moment, the void not far away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain suddenly cracked. From two openings a figure stepped out. Two figures were completely shrouded in endless light. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they had a strong and boundless aura that spread in all directions. Although they were very far away, at this moment, countless people felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on their bodies. This kind of pressure was like facing the heavenly Tao, and they were unable to resist. Two great emperors. The great emperors of the He and Hung clans had arrived. The two great emperors looked at each other from a distance and exploded with an even more shocking aura. This time 111 kill you. A voice was heard. This voice was cold and full of arrogance, like a god looking down on all living beings. Lu Ming had heard this voice before. It was the great emperor of the Hung family. Back then, it had sounded at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, and he had even fought with Emperor Notionless. You're the one who's going to die. The other figure was clearly the great emperor of the He family. His voice was deep and filled with endless dominance. Buzz! Buzz! Next, the two figures moved at the same time and flew towards the top of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the beginning, their speed was so astonishing that many people could not see them clearly. However, as soon as the two of them entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they seemed to have felt a terrifying pressure. Their speed had drastically slowed down. The closer they got to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the slower their speed became. In the end, the light on the two figures disappeared, and their bodies were revealed to everyone. The emperor of the Hung family was an old man with gloomy eyes. The great emperor of the He family, on the other hand, looked like a middle-aged brawny man with a burly figure and unparalleled dominance. Of course, one couldn't judge a person's age by their appearance. The two great emperors of the Hung and He families had lived for countless years. Both of them landed on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and faced each other. Then, both of them suddenly rushed to each other and struck out their palms at the same time. Thump! With a muffled boom, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain seemed to be shaking. As for Lu Ming and the rest, even though they were very far away, they could feel the intense fluctuations in the space. So terrifying. Is this the strength of a great emperor? This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, yet it can cause such a shocking shock. An ordinary void emperor at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain could barely contend with them. They could not fight with them at all. Indeed, the strength of the great emperor realm is not a small matter. Some people were discussing. After the exchange of blows, the great emperors from the Hung clan and the He clan both retreated slightly before launching another attack at each other. The two of them clashed again, creating a shocking shockwave. If this was outside, the world would probably be turned upside down. After that, the two of them continued to fight, but it was very normal. It was like two low-level martial artists fighting, one move after another, and the speed was not particularly fast. This made many people look at each other. Were great emperors always so ordinary? Lu Ming, Qiu Yu and the rest were also at a loss. They could not see what was so brilliant about it. However, the few true emperor teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy all had a serious expression on their faces as they stared intently. The blood of a great sovereign. Changes in Mount Emperor don't underestimate this kind of fight. It's the most dangerous kind of fight. Every move is a collision between the great Tao and the power of the world. It's extremely terrifying. One mistake and you'll die. The voice of a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy rang out as he explained to the disciples. A great emperor expert controls the great Tao of heaven and earth. With every move, the great Tao will be added to the body and the power of the world will follow closely. This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If it was in the outside world, a casual attack would be able to turn the world upside down and have the power to destroy the world. The teacher continued to explain while everyone observed carefully. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too low. They hadn't reached the Great Emperor Realm yet, so it was difficult for them to understand the mysteries of the Great Emperor Realm. They could only watch the show. Boom! Boom! On the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the speed of the two people's fight became faster and faster. Their expressions also became more and more serious. Each time they exchanged blows, a terrifying vibration would burst out. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain would tremble slightly, and the space would shake violently. On the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a layer of hazy halo spread out. It was extremely mysterious and locked most of the force inside. Soon, the two great emperors exchanged 100 moves and were evenly matched. Then they both took out their weapons. The Hung clan's great emperor used a sword while the He clan's great emperor used a saber. Without a doubt, they were both terrifying monarch weapons. The two continued to fight. However, the two of them had similar cultivation and combat power. After many moves, they were still unable to determine the winner. Just as the two of them were engaged in an intense battle, a figure suddenly appeared at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Everyone was shocked. Yes, at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, there had only been two great emperors fighting. How could there be an extra figure? Clearly, this figure did not appear out of thin air. Instead, he had hidden on the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as this figure appeared, he launched an attack at the great emperor of the He family. His attack was extremely violent and was no weaker than the two great emperors. It was obvious that he was also a great emperor. Everyone was shocked. How could a great emperor suddenly appear at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Luo, it's you. You're so despicable. The great emperor of the He clan roared. Luo? Many people were shocked. There was only one emperor surnamed Luo in the Yuan Mountain Holy Land, and that was the ancient Sun Holy Land's Daoyuo Heaven Sect's emperor. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. This emperor who had suddenly appeared was probably the great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, the grandfather of Luo Xiangxiang. Apparently, the great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect had been hiding at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a long time. They were waiting for the opportunity to join hands with the great emperor of the Hung family to kill the great emperor of the He family. I told you, the one who will die today is you. The Hung clan's great emperor coldly spoke as his battle sword continued to slash towards the He clan's great emperor. Facing two experts of the same level, the great emperor of the He clan was no match for them, and was immediately at a disadvantage. Not good. Hung family, you're despicable. The people of the He family roared in anger. Their faces were extremely ugly, and they were extremely worried. If the great sovereign of the He family were to die, it would be a disaster for the He family. Without a great emperor, they couldn't fight against the Hung family at all and would be destroyed by the Hung family. The He family, which had been passed down for countless years, would be annihilated. All's fair in war, you don't even know this. The experts of the Hung family sneered. They were ecstatic. They hoped that their great emperor could kill the great emperor of the He family. Then their Hung family would become even more powerful. Everyone was looking at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain nervously. If a great emperor had truly fallen, it would involve a lot of people. It would change the situation of the Heavenly Emperor City. The great emperor of the He clan tried his best to resist, but he was no match for the two great emperors. Not long after, the He family's great emperor was hit by the great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect. His body shook, his face flushed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! The battle sword of the Hung clan's great emperor slashed over, but the He clan's great emperor dodged it by a hair's breadth. Kill! The Hung clan's great emperor let out a long roar, and his sword technique became faster and faster. The injured great emperor of the He clan found it harder and harder to dodge. After a few more moves, the He clan's great emperor finally couldn't dodge and was slashed in the chest by the Hung clan's great emperor. A long sword wound appeared and his entire body was almost cut in half. The great emperor's blood splattered everywhere and scattered on the peak of the heavenly emperor mountain. The great emperor of the He family roared and wanted to retreat, but his retreat was blocked by the Daoyuo heaven sect. He roared he was unwilling. If they were not at the heavenly emperor mountain, everything of theirs would have been suppressed. If they were outside the heavenly emperor mountain, even if the two great sovereigns joined hands, they might not be able to stop him. With his strength he would have no worries in escaping. However, this was the heavenly emperor mountain, it would be different. He understood that he had fallen into a trap. Going to the heavenly emperor mountain to fight with the great emperor of the Hung clan was clearly the other party's scheme. Great emperor! The people of the He clan cried out in sorrow, their hearts trembling with fear. Could it be that the great emperor of the He clan was really going to fall here today? The Hung family members were ecstatic. But at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. Buzz! Suddenly, the heavenly emperor mountain started to shake violently. Endless brilliant radiance spread out. Boom! Boom! Next, a shocking explosion sound emerged from the heavenly emperor mountain and shattered rocks flew everywhere. What's going on? Many people's expression changed drastically. Why did such a shocking change suddenly appear at the heavenly emperor mountain? Such a thing had never happened before. It's the blood of the great sovereign. The blood of the great sovereign has been absorbed by the heavenly emperor mountain. Some of the true emperor realm cultivators shouted. Their eyes were sharp and their spiritual senses were sharp. Even from far away they could still notice this. Everyone's heart trembled. It was actually because of the great emperor's blood. However, why would the blood of the great emperor cause such a change to the heavenly emperor mountain? Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 extremely terrifying auras spread out from the heaven and earth mountain. It was the aura of 3 great emperors. Previously, the chi of the great emperor had been completely suppressed by the heavenly emperor mountain. Now, the heavenly emperor mountain seemed to have lost its suppressing effect. Get lost! The great emperor of the He clan let out a long howl as a terrifying and boundless power erupted. With a slash of his blade, the vast sky was split open and a spatial crack of unknown length appeared in the sky. The great emperor of the He clan transformed into a blade light and charged into the spatial crack. Don't even think about leaving. The great emperors from the Hung family and the Daoyuo heaven sect chased after the great emperor from the He family and rushed into the spatial crack. And NBSP, the void in the spatial rift, immediately exploded with terrifying ripples. Boom! 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 The heavenly emperor mountain continued to shake. The radiance grew brighter and brighter. Finally, the radiance condensed into a figure. This figure was dressed in a white robe. He looked very young, like a young man in his 30s. He was tall, handsome, and had the aura to swallow the world. He just stood there as if he was the only one in the world. Heavens! Celestial Emperor, could this be the Celestial Emperor? Many people's voices trembled. Zila, the spatial crack appeared again and the figure of the Hung clan's great emperor appeared. His face was somewhat gloomy as he also looked at the heavenly emperor apparition in the sky above the heavenly emperor mountain with a surprised expression. Then, the great emperor of the Daoyuo heaven sect also appeared beside him. Sila! In the distance, spatial fluctuations could be felt as the great emperor of the He family appeared. The celestial Thearch's figure, the appearance of the 3 great emperors meant that the great emperors from the Hung family and the Daoyuo heaven sect couldn't do anything to the great emperor from the He family. Once they lost the suppression of the heavenly emperor mountain, in the outside world, it would be difficult for 2 great emperors of the same level to kill the other one unless the difference in strength was too great. Seeing that the great emperor of the He clan was fine, everyone in the He clan let out a long sigh of relief. The 3 great emperors all looked at the shadow in the sky. Heavenly Emperor's projection, said the emperor of the Hung clan. His expression was grave. but he was also filled with anticipation. At this moment, the space above Lu Ming and the others fluctuated and a figure appeared out of thin air. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. This person was Emperor Wuxiang of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The teachers and students of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were just about to bow when Emperor Wuxiang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to bow. At this moment, the figure in the sky was becoming more and more corporeal, and everyone was shocked. Could it be that the celestial Thearch was about to be resurrected? Or was this just a mark left by the heavenly emperor when he was in seclusion? Everyone guessed that today's matter had exceeded their expectations. Buzz! Just as the heavenly emperor apparition had condensed to the extreme, his figure suddenly flew towards the heavenly emperor mountain. He entered the mountain and disappeared. Boom! In the next moment, with a shocking boom, the entire heavenly emperor mountain exploded. The majestic heavenly emperor mountain exploded. Then, a light beam shot out from below the heavenly emperor mountain and pierced through the sky. That is a flower! Someone exclaimed. At the foot of the heavenly emperor mountain, a beam of light shot into the sky. Between the light beam, a flower emerged. This flower did not look like it had bloomed yet. It was only in the shape of a bud and looked like a lotus. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? This flower is just an illusion, not a real entity. Look, there's a cave down there. It keeps going down. The strange movements at the heavenly emperor mountain had caused a clamor in all directions. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on it. Indeed, the flower in the sky was not a real entity. It was more like a projection. Originally, there was a cave under the heavenly emperor mountain. That light pillar had shot out from this cave. Could it be that there was some treasure in that cave? The heavenly emperor mountain had always been suppressing this treasure? At the thought of this, many people's eyes burned with passion. If it was a treasure, even the celestial Thearch would value it. Even the emperor couldn't remain calm. In a flash, the great emperors of the Hung family, the Daluo heaven sect, the He family, and the formless emperor appeared in the sky above the cave at the same time. The great emperor of the Hung clan glanced at the great emperor of the He clan coldly but didn't say anything. The heavenly emperor mountain had exploded. Without the suppression of the heavenly emperor mountain, he knew that he could not kill the great emperor of the He clan. The four great emperors looked down at the cave below, and their faces were filled with shock. The others couldn't help but feel an itch in their hearts. Even the great emperor revealed a surprised expression. What exactly was at the bottom of the cave? Everyone wanted to go and take a look personally, but the great emperor was there, so no one dared to go. If they angered the emperor, only death awaited them. This is the world left behind by the celestial emperor. It should belong to my Hung family. Please leave. The Hung clan's gaze swept across the great emperors of the He clan and Emperor Formless. What a joke. We don't even know if this was left behind by the heavenly emperor. Even if it was left behind by the heavenly emperor, what does it have to do with your Hung family? Don't say that you're a descendant of the celestial emperor. The great emperor of the He clan sneered. What's the meaning of this? Emperor Hung's eyes were cold. Simple. The Hung family can't take over this place. The great emperor of the He clan said coldly. He then turned to Emperor Formless. Wuxiang, what do you think? The heavenly emperor has been dead for countless years. So many years have passed, and nothing can be explained clearly. Therefore, the things left behind by the heavenly emperor should only be known to those who are fated. Emperor Formless said. What he meant was simple. The heavenly emperor had fallen for so many years, so who could say for sure if the Hung family was the descendant of the heavenly emperor? After so long, the treasures of the celestial Thearch should be known to those who were fated. The emperor from the Hung family had an unsightly expression on his face, but even with the help of the Daluo heaven sect's emperor, he couldn't do anything to the two emperors. What's more, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was established by 3 great emperors. Now that the other great emperor had yet to appear, this made him very afraid. Then I'll have to rely on my own abilities. The emperor of the Hung family said coldly. Then he suddenly rushed down into the cave. The great emperors of the Daluo heaven sect, the great emperors of the He family, and the great emperors of the formless heaven sect all rushed down into the cave at the same time and disappeared. The others looked at each other, but they didn't dare to follow the 4 great emperors. They could only wait with their eyes wide open. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent roar came from the underground cave. There seemed to be endless gales blowing over there. The light pillar that rushed out was even more dazzling. Then the 4 figures rushed out of the cave. No, they didn't seem to have rushed out by themselves. They seemed to have been blown out by the wind. Everyone was shocked. What was in the cave that could blow out great emperors? And there were 4 of them? This was too terrifying. The 4 emperors stood in the sky with dark expressions. After a while, the emperor of the Hung clan seemed to be unwilling to give up and rushed down again. However, he was still blasted out after a while. You go down and take a look. The great emperor of the Hung family pointed at a true emperor expert of the Hung family. You go together. The great emperor of the He clan looked at one of the true emperors of the He clan, Emperor Formless, and called out to another true emperor expert of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The 3 true emperors flew forward and charged into the cave. However, not long after, the 3 true emperor experts were blasted out by a force just like the 4 great emperors from before. Following that, a few great emperors called for the void emperor of the small emperor throne, but they were still blasted out. Then, he called a few more emperors to go down. But this time they weren't blasted out. Instead, they blocked the power from below. It seemed that the power in the cave would change according to the cultivation of the person who went down. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the power in the cave would be. What is in the cave? Why do the great emperors value him so much? Many people couldn't help but wonder. Your Majesty, there seems to be a force down there blocking us. We can't get in. The elder said. An emperor-to-be from the Hung clan reported to the great emperor. Everyone perked up their ears to listen. This lotus flower has 9 petals, and each petal represents a world. The lotus flower hasn't bloomed yet, so it's not time to enter. Emperor Formless spoke. He didn't hide anything, and his voice traveled far and wide. Everyone's heart trembled. Could it be that there was a small world beneath the cave? Gather all the powerhouses below the martial supreme realm in the Hung clan. Emperor Hung gave the order and then left. The Lotus World. The great emperor of the Hung clan gave the order to gather all the powerhouses below the martial emperor realm in the Hung clan and left. After that, the He clan's great emperor also gave the same order to gather all the powerhouses below the martial emperor realm in the He clan. Then he also left the place. Then, Emperor Notionless and the great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven sect left. Let's go and take a look. As soon as the great emperor left, the others could no longer suppress their curiosity and rushed to the sky above the cave. For a moment the sky was filled with countless figures. Lu Ming and the rest followed the crowd and flew to the sky to look down. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked when they saw it. On the ground there was a very large cave. No one knew how deep it was. In the cave there was a bright light spreading out. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a lotus flower. This lotus flower was still in its bud state and had not bloomed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it had 9 petals. It was obvious that the lotus in the sky was a projection of this lotus. Everyone couldn't help but think of Emperor Notionless' words. The lotus had 9 petals, representing 9 worlds. The lotus had not bloomed yet, so he could not enter for the time being. Did the 9 petals of that lotus flower represent 9 worlds? Was this the world left behind by the celestial emperor? Everyone's imagination ran wild. However, they soon realized that only those below the martial supreme realm could enter. I don't believe it. There were void emperor and even true emperor experts who flew down into the cave. However, when they entered the cave, a terrifying energy seemed to have been produced inside the cave. All these emperor-level experts were blown out without exception. Only the powerhouses below the martial supreme realm could stabilize their bodies. However, they were also blocked by a powerful force when they approached the lotus. Countless people went down to test it out, but the result was the same. Everyone knew that they still had to wait. They had to wait for the moment the lotus bloomed. Lu Ming and the rest did not go down to test the waters. The great emperor had said that there was no need for them to go down. They just had to wait patiently. After that, they followed the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Following that, the news of this place spread to the entire Yuan Mountain at a terrifying speed. It was very likely that the celestial Thearch had left behind some ruins that had shocked countless people. One after another, powerful forces descended upon Heavenly Emperor City. The forces of the other 8 sacred lands and some ancient clans had also sent their experts over. Ancient Moon Holy Land, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, One Family, Sirius Tower, Golden Crow Clan, etc. All had experts coming, and they were all led by true emperors. They brought many experts below Martial Emperor, and most of them were Emperor-to-be. This was very likely a relic left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and everyone wanted a share of it. If an Emperor-level expert couldn't go down, the best choice would be an Emperor-to-be. As time passed, more and more powerful martial artists arrived at Heavenly Emperor City. As time passed, the lotus flower slowly bloomed. A month later, when the lotus was about to fully bloom, countless people gathered in the area. At a glance, it was unknown how many people there were. Most of them were at the Absolute Saint Realm and Emperor-to-be realm. Get lost. Let's go. A loud shout rang out as a group of experts exploded forth with a terrifying aura. The crowd couldn't help but make way for them. They were from the Hung clan. The Hung clan had sent over 100 people, and the leaders were a few true emperor experts. Although the Hung family was overbearing, many people did not dare to voice their anger. The Hung family was a great emperor's force. With a great emperor in charge, which force would dare to provoke them? The Hung family is really overbearing. A cold voice rang out. Following that, the people of the He clan also arrived. They said that the Hung clan was overbearing, but they weren't any different. The true emperor opened up a path, and the crowd forcefully opened up a path for him. The Hung family and the He family were at daggers drawn. Then the powerhouses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect also arrived, followed by several powerful ancient clans. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had also arrived with a group of young geniuses. Sila! Hiss! Suddenly, the space near the cave was torn open. A few figures appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the aura of a great emperor. Everyone couldn't help but step back. The emperors all looked at the lotus below. Half a day later, the lotus flower was finally in full bloom. Go down! The emperor from the Hung family said. The Hung family's powerhouses immediately rushed down the cave. Of course, they were all below the martial emperor realm. Most of them were Emperor-to-be and absolute saints. Then, the powerhouses of the He family and the Daoyuo Heaven sect also rushed into the cave. Lu Ming saw Luo Xiangxiang and Luo Pokong among the powerhouses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. Let's charge too. The people from the other forces shouted one after another. Then they gathered together and rushed into the cave. The emperors didn't stop them, and they all entered the cave. You guys go too. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy looked at Lu Ming and the rest. In fact, there weren't many heaven's favorites following the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The majority of the major powers had arrived. Those geniuses all returned to their respective powers and followed them into the caves. Only a few people remained in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and then rushed toward the cave. The cave was huge, and even though countless people were flying down, it did not seem crowded. Lu Ming and the rest looked down and realized that when many people approached the lotus, their bodies would shrink rapidly. Then, they would rush toward one of the petals and disappear among the petals. Seemed to be random. You couldn't go to any petal you wanted to. You would enter a random petal. Many people from the major forces flew over and entered the different flower petals. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that danger was approaching. Buzz! A terrifying golden light shot toward Lu Ming from his right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he threw a punch to the right. Boom! With a loud boom, the golden light was destroyed. Then Lu Ming saw a group of people in golden robes staring at him coldly. It's an expert from the Golden Crow clan. On the side, Huang Ling spoke. The Golden Crow race. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. These people were obviously the absolute saints of the Golden Crow race, and even Emperor-to-be experts. The person who had ambushed Lu Ming was an absolute saint in the Great Circle. An expert from the Golden Crow clan actually launched a sneak attack on a junior. If you want to fight, let's fight. An old man beside Huang Ling said coldly. This old man was an expert from the Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect had sent their experts here. following Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you killed the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. We must settle this score. One hope you don't run into us when you enter the world left behind by the celestial Thearch. An expert from the Golden Crow race coldly said. I hope he'll always be so lucky. Another cold voice rang out. It did not come from the Golden Crow race but another force. The Wan family. There were also experts from the Skywolf Tower and other forces nearby. They all looked at Lu Ming coldly, full of murderous intent. The first battle in the Lotus World, I'll kill every single one of you I see. Lu Ming said coldly, his gaze sweeping across the experts of the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family and the Sirius Tower. Then we'll wait and see who will die. One of the experts from the Golden Crow race said coldly. After that, the group of people increased their speed and rushed down. The other forces did the same. They rushed down and entered different flower petals. However, Lu Ming noticed one thing. No one had entered one of the 9 petals. It seemed that only 8 petals could enter. Very soon, Lu Ming and the rest were approaching the lotus. When they approached the lotus, a powerful force acted on their bodies. This force was a kind of attraction force. It was extremely powerful and difficult to resist. Their bodies were pulled toward different petals. Qiu Yu Luotiani, Huangling, Desolate Power, and the rest separated from Lu Ming and entered different petals. Buzz. As for Lu Ming, he was falling towards one of the petals. Brother Lu Ming, I want to go with you, Chirpy. Bubble's voice was heard. Initially, she was flying toward another petal. However, Bubble cast the space-time law and broke free from the confinement of gravity. She rushed to Lu Ming's side and entered the petal with him. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. The next moment he appeared in a dense forest. Bubble, it's gone. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that Bubbles was not by his side. Lu Ming guessed that he would randomly appear in different places when he entered the world of flower petals. What is this place? Let's take a look in the air. Lu Ming pondered, his figure soared into the sky and flew high. Lu Ming was stunned when he flew high up in the sky. He noticed that there were many figures in the sky. Clearly, they were all like him, people who had entered this place from the outside. It's an island. Then Lu Ming looked down. Standing at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, one could clearly see that below them was an island. Outside the island was the vast and endless sea. Buzz. An NBSP whoosh. At this moment, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. A powerful and terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming. Ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be in the same territory as us. Today is the day you die. One of them laughed out loud, his killing intent extremely strong. This man was an expert from the Golden Crow race, an emperor-to-be. On the side, the other people were not from the Golden Crow race. From their auras, they were from the Sirius Tower, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. There were 5 people in total. 2 were at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm, 2 were in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint Realm, and 1 was an emperor-to-be. A few elders are actually dealing with a young man. Interesting. It is indeed very interesting. All around, the others cast sidelong glances at Lu Ming. However, no one recognized Lu Ming. The people who entered this time were absolute saints and emperor-to-be from various forces. They came from different holy lands and forces. Very few of them had seen Lu Ming before, so naturally, none of them had seen him before. A young man has also entered this place. He's overestimating himself, an old man said while stroking his long beard. He was an emperor-to-be. This time, almost all the people who entered the Lotus world were absolute saints, and there were many emperors-to-be among them. If a young man wanted to come in and fight for the treasure, he must be overestimating himself. Very good. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room as he spoke indifferently. Very good. The Golden Crow clan's expert was stunned. You've come to die, very good. Lu Ming added. Ha ha, we're here to die. Young man, you really don't know how to be modest. Let's see how you're going to kill me. An expert from the Wan clan laughed. He was an absolute saint in the Great Circle, and his acupoints lit up one after another. Saint weapons flew out continuously, and terrifying battle weapon she gathered and blasted out. You're not that good at the 10,000 soldiers scroll, are you? Lu Ming said coldly. An absolute saint weapon, a sword, appeared in his hand. With a slash, the Qi of the Yuan family's combat weapon was destroyed. The sword light did not stop as it continued to slash down. The Wn family's expert did not even have the strength to fight back. He was directly split in half by Lu Ming's sword and died here. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the saint weapons and storage rings of the Yuan family's experts. How is that possible? The others were shocked and their eyes widened. An absolute saint in the Great Circle was actually lulled by Lu Ming with a single sword. This kind of strength was too terrifying. The experts from the Skywolf Tower and the Golden Crow clan gasped in disbelief. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming was already able to kill someone in the absolute saint perfection. This rate of improvement was too shocking. The people from the other forces were also dumbfounded. He's so young and has such combat power. Who is he? Could he be a supreme genius from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Those people discussed and no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. Let's join forces and kill him. Attack! The Golden Crow tribe cultivator shouted. A river of laws appeared on his body, converging into a terrifying attack that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other few people also launched an attack on Lu Ming. The combat sword in Lu Ming's hand flew out and turned into a destructive sword light, killing everything. Lu Ming's sword gleam pierced through the head of an absolute Saint Peak expert. Then Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out continuously. Illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and pressed down on the crowd. The remaining two absolute saints couldn't fight back at all under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel. Their bodies were torn apart. Only the Emperor-to-be could resist it. Boom! Boom! The Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race. The river of laws turned into a terrifying flame. Several suns appeared and collided with the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel, blowing it apart. However, his body also trembled violently and he continued to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He was an Emperor-to-be who had comprehended a law to perfection and formed a river of laws. He was one step into the martial Emperor realm. With his cultivation level, not only did he not suppress Lu Ming, but the few collisions just now made him feel that his river of laws was about to be broken. How can this little bastard's combat strength be so strong? Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu took a deep breath and suddenly turned around to run. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight, he would die here. Do you think you can leave now? Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He stretched out a hand and pointed at the void. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered and a huge finger was formed, pressing down on Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. The Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race let out a long cry and transformed into his true form. His wings were hundreds of meters wide. The river of laws surrounded him, and he launched his most powerful attack at the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. Boom! After a violent boom, Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu groaned and his body was sent flying down the island like a cannonball. Killing an Emperor-to-be. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu was blasted off the island by Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation. His huge body created a huge pit that was thousands of meters wide. Buzz! In the next moment, Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow rushed into the sky, trying to escape. At this moment he was trembling with fear. He realized that he was no match for Lu Ming. The attack just now had pierced through his river of laws, causing him to be seriously injured. The life force of an Emperor-to-be is really tenacious. However, he must die today. Lu Ming said coldly. He rushed out like lightning and chased after Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. Lu Ming's current cultivation base had reached the Absolute Saint's greater mastery. As he mastered the chaotic finger, his combat strength became stronger and stronger. He had thought that he could easily kill an Emperor-to-be with his combat strength, but it seemed that it would not be so easy. The battle strength of an Emperor-to-be was more powerful than he had imagined. However, it would only take a little more effort. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing as he approached Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu at an extreme speed. Chaos Finger. When he was within a certain distance, Lu Ming cast the Finger of Calamity of Chaos again. The giant finger of chaos, like the finger of a god, pressed down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu was like a fly, unable to hide from the chaos finger. He could only resist with all his might. However, the finger of tribulation of primal chaos struck down. He screamed in pain and was blasted off the island again. The sky was filled with golden crow feathers. This time Lu Ming would not let his opponent escape. He appeared in the sky above Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow with an ultimate holy weapon spear in his hand. He swooped down and charged toward Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu struggled madly, but the result was already determined. The long spear pierced through Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu's head and destroyed his soul. An emperor-to-be was killed by Lu Ming. In all directions, everyone's eyes were solemn. This was a fiend who could even kill an emperor-to-be. It was too shocking. He used the law of chaos. One know who he is. He is Lu Ming, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed as he recognized Lu Ming. It's him. One heard that he was a character who stirred up a storm in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and united the various kings to fight against the Xiangxiang River. After that, he established the Dragon Alliance in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. So it's him. No wonder he has such strong battle prowess. A series of surprised voices rang out. Although most of the people had not seen Lu Ming before, many of them had heard of his name. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy gathered the strongest geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain and attracted the attention of many. Some of the powerful geniuses there were also paid attention to by many forces. After all, if these geniuses didn't die, they would definitely become the rulers of the Yuan Mountain in the future. Lu Ming put away the storage rings of Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu and the others and continued to fly above the island. The others also gathered their emotions and began to observe the surroundings. The area of the island was not small. However, it did not take Lu Ming long to finish touring it. After flying one round, Lu Ming did not meet any familiar faces. It seems that only a small portion of the people who entered the world of petals have appeared on this island. The others should be in other places. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming discovered that no one lived on the island. It was filled with lush forests and some weak demonic beasts. It seems that if one want to know the situation of this world, one have to leave this place first. I wonder if there's anyone living in this world? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Then he flew into the distance and into the vast sea. The Lotus World was sealed under the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It should be related to the Heavenly Emperor. If he could get some of the treasures left by the Heavenly Emperor, it would definitely be an unparalleled opportunity. The rest of the people walked around the island and left one after another, flying toward the boundless ocean. Lu Ming transformed into a ray of light and sped across the sea at an astonishing speed. During this period he saw huge sea beasts in the sea. However, most of them did not have high cultivation. The strongest sea beast he had seen was only at the Bright Saint realm. He did not know if Lu Ming was unlucky or what, but he did not see the next island as he flew. This world was bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Lu Ming had been flying for 7 days. He did not know how far he had flown. At this moment Lu Ming's eyes lit up. A huge island had appeared in front of him. From a distance, this island was extremely majestic and vast. It was much larger than the previous island. Lu Ming flew towards the island. As he neared, he heard a loud shout coming from a direction. There's someone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he flew in the direction of the sound. Not long after, he saw an empty land. There was an army riding on strange beasts, galloping across the earth with a majestic aura. The earth kept shaking. Most of them are at the spiritual god realm. There are also some at the martial royal realm. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan the area and discovered the general cultivation level of this soldier. Tens of thousands of soldiers ran back and forth on the vast land. Their auras intersected and converged into a flood dragon that roared into the sky. Based on Lu Ming's experience, it was not difficult for him to tell that this was an army training. Lu Ming strolled in the void and looked around. He realized that there was a huge military camp nearby. Stop! Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard and a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Everyone, I'm just passing by and want to find someone to inquire about some information. Lu Ming cupped his fists and smiled. To gather information. One think you're a spy. Men, take him down and bring him to young Master Yan. A middle-aged burly man with a gloomy expression waved his hand. A few armored figures stepped forward and surrounded Lu Ming, their cold killing intent enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. These people were only around the 7th level martial emperor realm. Lu Ming could kill them with a single thought. These people's cultivation is low and they're no threat to me. Why don't I go and meet that young Master Yan and ask about the situation in this world? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He did not resist and said, "I'll go with you. Take him away." The middle-aged man waved his hand and took the lead. Soon they arrived at a military camp and walked into a huge military tent. There were a few figures standing on both sides of the tent. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual senses and found that they were all half-saints. One of them had even reached the initial bright saint realm. At the top of the military tent sat a young master in luxurious clothes. His gaze was cold and arrogant as he looked down at Lu Ming from above. "Young Master Yan," this person suddenly broke into the military camp. "One suspect that he is a spy sent by another country to spy on our military intelligence. I will bring him here and hand him over to young master to deal with." The middle-aged man saluted the young master with a humble attitude. "I'm not a spy." The young master lay on his side in his seat. Lai picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He then glanced at Lu Ming casually and said, "Since you're a spy, why did you bring him here? Just cut it." Then he casually waved his hand. "Yes." The middle-aged man acknowledged the order and walked towards Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Wait a moment. These people wanted to kill Lu Ming without saying anything. He was speechless. He stopped the middle-aged man in his tracks and looked at Lu Ming coldly. "Brat, what else do you have to say? I've already said that I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by and wanted to ask you some questions." Lu Ming explained helplessly. "Nonsense. Who in the entire Mingyan country doesn't know that this is the garrison of the Divine Dragon Army? You actually said you were passing by. Isn't that ridiculous?" The middle-aged man shouted coldly. "Why are you talking nonsense with a spy? Drag him down and behead him." Sir Yin said impatiently. On both sides, the others looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile on their faces. It was an expression of superiority, as if he was looking at an ant. The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. He revealed a ferocious look and said, "Kid, kneel down." He took a step forward and appeared next to Lu Ming. His claws were like an eagle's claws as he tried to grab Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not dodge. He stood there without moving. The middle-aged man's claw landed accurately on Lu Ming's shoulder. A majestic energy burst out and surged into Lu Ming's body, trying to make Lu Ming kneel. However, Lu Ming did not move. Even his expression did not change. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He felt as if his claws had grabbed onto a piece of metal. "Kneel down!" The middle-aged man roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes puffed up. He circulated his LV9 martial royal realm cultivation to the maximum and a vast amount of power continued to blast into Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming still stood there, not moving. In Lu Ming's eyes, a mere LV9 martial royal realm was no different from an ordinary person who did not know how to cultivate. Even if Lu Ming stood still and let the other party kill him, the other party would not be able to touch a single hair on his body. Above the tent, young Master Yan stopped drinking and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The few people on both sides of the tent also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. To be able to remain unmoving and move like a divine mountain under the power of a LV9 martial royal realm expert, one's cultivation must not be weak. "Little bastard, kneel down!" The middle-aged man roared. His face was completely red as he roared. In front of young Master Yan, he could not even make Lu Ming kneel down. This would definitely leave a bad impression in young Master Yan's heart. This was related to his future. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. "Interesting. Lu Quan, you may leave." Master Yan waved his hand. The middle-aged burly man, Lu Quan, glared at Lu Ming with a murderous look and retreated with hatred. "Seems that you have some ability. Now kneel down and answer me. Tell me your origin, and I may leave you with an intact corpse," young Master Yan said lightly. He was still full of arrogance, as if it was a great gift to Lu Ming to leave his corpse intact. Lu Ming frowned slightly. I've already said that I'm just passing by. Want to find out some information. Since this place is not welcome. 111 Take my leave. Having said that, Lu Ming was about to turn around and leave. How audacious. Impudent. You ungrateful dog. How dare you have such an attitude in front of young Master Yan. Hurry up and kneel. The few people on both sides of the tent shouted one after another. Their powerful auras enveloped Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him and continued to walk out. Above the tent, young Master Yan's face darkened. Lu Ming actually dared to treat him with such an attitude. He was simply courting death. Take him down, but don't kill him yet. Break his limbs. Master Yan said coldly. Yes. On both sides of the tent, several half-saints received the order and surrounded Lu Ming in a flash. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to young Master Yan. Then destroy your cultivation. Perhaps young Master Yan will be kind and spare your dog life. Lu Quan was making a scene again. Lu Ming frowned again. Initially, Lu Ming did not think much of these people as they were too weak. He could not be bothered to lower himself to their level. However, the other party kept pressing on, which made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Brat, why aren't you kneeling? A half-saint shouted and was about to attack. Stop! At this moment a cold shout was heard. Then a group of people walked into the tent. The person in the lead was actually a young woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red armor that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Moreover, she had a heroic spirit. Her temperament was completely different from the women that Lu Ming had met. Behind the young woman there were 4 strong men. Each of them had a strong aura and was filled with killing intent. Clearly, they were all battle-hardened generals. Seeing this woman, the half-saints' expressions changed. They all bowed and saluted. Greetings, General Tianjiao. Back down. The young woman's eyes were like lightning as she glanced at the half-saints. The half-saints looked at young Master Yan with embarrassment. Master Yan waved his hand, and the half-saints left. Heavenly Flood Dragon, you're here. Master Yan smiled and stood up from his seat. Yin Song, this place is my divine dragon army. What right do you have to kill people in my divine dragon army? The young woman's eyes were bright as she stared at Yin Song. Yin Song's eyes revealed a hint of gloominess, but in the next moment, he revealed a smile and said, Tianjiao, this man is a spy. He is here to spy on the military. I didn't inform you and I was planning to drag him out and kill him. A spy? The young woman looked at Lu Ming with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by. Lu Ming spread his hands. Impudent. You still dare to quibble? You simply don't know what's good for you. Tianjiao, I'll have this person killed first, then I'll talk to you in detail. Yin Song berated. A half-saint immediately stepped forward to take Lu Ming down. Stop. The young woman waved her hand. Since you're a spy, then I have to interrogate you even more. You can all leave. Yes. The 4 strong men who came with the young woman bowed and left. And you guys. The young woman looked at Yin Song. Tianjiao, this person has some cultivation. One don't feel at ease leaving you alone. Yin Song said. If he can kill me, what's the point of you staying? The young woman said, full of confidence in herself. She was the marshal of the Heavenly Dragon Army, the youngest war goddess of the Mingyan country. If even she couldn't defeat him, what was the point of Yin Song and the others staying? Yin Song's expression was ugly. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and left with those people. Ruan Tianjiao, 10,000 Sea Realm. Lu Ming swept a glance at the young lady. Naturally, he could not hide her cultivation from him. The young woman was in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, which was much higher than the others. No wonder she was so confident. Furthermore, Yin Song's subordinates had previously addressed her as Marshal Tianjiao. It was likely that this woman's identity here was not simple. After the others left, the young lattice eyes glowed as she stared at Lu Ming. You really are a spy? I'm not. I've already said that I'm just passing by and want to inquire about some things. Lu Ming was helpless. He spread his hands and explained again. I believe what you said. The young woman stared at Lu Ming and said, You believe me just like that? This time it was Lu Ming's turn to be surprised. Because you're very calm, the young woman said. I've been paying attention to you since I came in. You were very calm when you faced Xiangxiang or me. Even when Xiangxiang said that he wanted to kill you, you were still very calm. It was as if you were not worried at all. It was as if you wanted to leave and could leave at any time. This was not an act. It was a reflection of your true state of mind. Oh really? Lu Ming touched his nose. Indeed, he didn't care about these people's cultivation at all, so he was naturally very calm. A person with such a mentality is definitely not an ordinary person. There's another point. I'm cultivating the flood dragon combat body, but I can feel a strong pressure from you. Your spiritual body is definitely not ordinary. The young woman's eyes were very bright. She stared at Lu Ming as if she was trying to see through him. Just based on these 2 points, you're sure that I'm not a spy? It doesn't seem to be enough. Lu Ming smiled. My intuition tells me that these 2 points are enough, the young woman said. Intuition? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, a woman's intuition. Don't you know that a woman's intuition can be very accurate sometimes? The young woman said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could not refute this. It was unwise to discuss a woman's intuition with a woman. That's why I'm very curious. Who are you? Which country are you from? The young woman was still staring at Lu Ming. I've said it before. I'm just passing by. In the past, I was cultivating on a deserted island. I've just been born. Lu Ming said casually. Is that so? A glint flashed in the young woman's eyes. Her figure suddenly moved. Like a phantom, she rushed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed and struck out a palm at him. Of course, this speed was for ordinary people. To Lu Ming, it was no different from a snail. Just as the young woman's palm was about to hit Lu Ming, he raised his hand and lightly slapped. Bang! Lu Ming's palm and the young woman's palm collided. The young woman's delicate body trembled and she drifted backward. But Lu Ming did not move an inch. What a powerful cultivation! I can count on my fingers who have such a cultivation level in the vast C9 nations at this age. I know every one of them, but I don't know anyone like you. Seems that my intuition is right. I'm really curious now. The young woman's eyes were shining. Didn't one already tell you? I've just been born, so you naturally don't know me. Lu Ming said. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you stay in the Divine Dragon Army? I am the Divine Dragon Army's Marshal, Ruan Tianjiao. The young woman said. Staying here? Impossible. I won't stay here for long. I'll leave soon. Lu Ming shook his head. He had entered this world to search for the celestial Thearch's treasures. He couldn't stay here for long. There's no need to stay here for a long time. A short time is fine. You can leave whenever you want. Besides, didn't you want to inquire about information before? Perhaps one can help you. Yuan Tianjiao said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll stay for the time being. Lu Ming indeed needed to find someone to gather some information. Ruan Tianjiao seemed to have a lot of power here. As a general, he might be able to provide Lu Ming with a lot of help. Ruan Tianjiao's face lit up. She had a feeling that Lu Ming was extraordinary. What's your name? Ruan Tianjiao asked. Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. What do you want to ask? Ruan Tianjiao asked curiously. I want to know where we are. Lu Ming said. This entire island is a country, called the Mingyan country. Yuan Tianjiao said. Then what about going further up? Are there any other countries? How big is this world? Are there any ancient ruins? Lu Ming asked a few questions in succession. You don't even know this? Ruan Tianjiao was very surprised. Haven't I been in closed-door cultivation? One just came out. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, there is an introduction to this world in this jade token. Take a look. Ruan Tianjiao took out a jade tablet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He started to read the knowledge in the jade card. After reading it, Lu Ming had a general idea of what was going on. It turned out that this world was called the Realm of 10,000 Seas, and most of its territory was the ocean. However, there were also countless islands in the ocean. Some of the islands were not big and were deserted, not suitable for humans to live on. Some large islands were vast and suitable for humans to live and cultivate. There were countless martial artists living on them, forming their own countries. The Bright Flame Island they were on was a big island. The entire island was a country called the Bright Flame Country. Ruantianjiao was one of the 5 great marshals of the Mingyan country, the marshal of the Divine Dragon Army. As for the ancient ruins you mentioned, there are indeed some in the vast sea realm. When one returned to the capital, I'll sort out the information on those ruins and give it to you. How about it? Yuan Tianjiao said. How long before you return to the capital? Lu Ming asked. 1 month later. Don't tell me you can't even wait 1 month. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. From the introduction just now, 10,000 Sea Realm was huge and had countless islands. It would be too difficult for him to search one by one, and he didn't know how long it would take. With Ruan Tianjiao's help, it would save him a lot of time. Come with me, I'll arrange a tent for you. You can stay there first. Ruan Tianjiao then walked out of the tent with Lu Ming following behind. When he walked out of the military tent, he saw Yin Song's group standing not far from the tent. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lu Ming following Ruan Tianjiao out. Heaven Serpent, how is it? Is this brat a spy? One suggests that we kill him immediately. Yin Song said. You're all wrong. He's not a spy. I've already investigated it. You can all leave now. Ruan Tianjiao waved his hand. What? He's not a spy. Tianjiao, don't be fooled by this man. I suggest that we cripple him first and then slowly interrogate him. Men, take this kid down. Yin Song waved his hand and 2 half-saints walked out from behind him. They were about to attack Lu Ming. Absolutely extraordinary enough. Just as the 2 half-saints were walking toward Lu Ming, Ruan Tianjiao shouted coldly. He looked at the 2 half-saints and chided, "Back down." The bodies of the 2 half-saints stiffened. They didn't know whether to move or not. Finally, they turned their eyes to Yin Song. Heaven Serpent, what do you mean by this? This person is a spy. Yin Song's expression was a little unsightly. As one said, he's not a spy but my guest. Also, this is the Divine Dragon Army, not the Yin family. I'm the marshal of the Divine Dragon Army. Do you understand? Ruan Tianjiao's eyes were like lightning as he finally glanced at the 2 half-saints. The 2 half-saints' expressions were ugly, but they still retreated. Lu Ming, let's go. Ruan Tianjiao nodded at Lu Ming and walked forward. Yin Song's expression was extremely gloomy. Ruan Tianjiao took a few steps and stopped. He looked at Yin Song and said, Yin Song, I'm telling you, don't call me by my name in the future. We're not that close. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Yin Song and strode forward. Damn you, bitch. Yin Song's fists were tightly clenched. His face, which could be considered handsome, was contorted in anger. That Yin Song seems to be very interested in you. After walking for a while, Lu Ming smiled and said, Humph, isn't he just relying on the fact that his father is the current state preceptor and his sister is the emperor's most beloved imperial concubine to do as he pleases? He's lawless and is a typical hedonistic son. He has harmed countless women from good families. Now, he has actually come to the camp of the Divine Dragon Army to pester me. Ruan Tianjiao said with a cold face. Lu Ming thought to himself, it seems that Ruan Tianjiao's impression of Yin Song is really bad. Lu Ming, Yin Song is a narrow-minded person. You've offended him today, so you must be careful in the future. Ruan Tianjiao warned. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his expression indifferent. A mere Yin Song wasn't worthy of his attention. Not long after, they arrived at a military tent. This would be where Lu Ming would be staying in the future. Lu Ming, this is a military order. Take it. You can enter and leave the Divine Dragon Army's camp freely in the future. Ruan Tianjiao passed a token to Lu Ming. Many thanks. Lu Ming received it and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was a little surprised. He had just met Ruan Tianjiao and the other party trusted him so much? After that, Lu Ming temporarily stayed in the Divine Dragon Army. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Lu Ming and some of Ruan Tianjiao's subordinates had become quite familiar with each other. As for Lu Ming, he also knew more about this world, the Mingyan country, and even Ruan Tianjiao. What surprised Lu Ming was that Ruan Tianjiao's status in Mingyan country was higher than he had imagined. Mingyan country's goddess of war. This was how everyone in Mingyan country addressed Ruan Tianjiao. Ruan Tianjiao came from a military family and had rare talent. He was young, but his cultivation had already reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. He stood at the peak of Mingyan country and was one of the strongest people there. He had made great contributions to the country and was known as the goddess of war. He was loved by the people. As for Xiangxiang, he was the son of the current state preceptor, and his sister was the country ruler's most beloved imperial concubine, with power that could topple the entire Mingyan country. Xiangxiang was lecherous by nature and had harmed countless women. Now he had set his sights on Ruan Tianjiao, and often ran to the camp of the divine dragon army to harass him. It seems that the martial arts in this world are not very high. Lu Ming pondered. According to Lu Ming's understanding, he realized that the martial arts in this world were not high and could not be compared to that of Yuan Lu. Ruan Tianjiao's cultivation was at the great circle of the bright saint stage. In the country of Mingyan, he was already a peak expert. Time flew by and several days passed. Lu Ming stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. On the flat land in front of them, an army was galloping on strange beasts. Their killing intent was like a rainbow, forming a huge flood dragon that roared into the sky. It's a pretty good army. They've been through hundreds of battles. It's a pity that their cultivation is a little weak, and their battle formation isn't exquisite enough. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Not long after, a few figures stepped through the air and landed in front of Lu Ming. It was Ruan Tianjiao and a few of his subordinates. Lu Ming, what do you think of my divine dragon army? Ruan Tianjiao asked. No. Lu Ming shook his head. Can't. Ruan Tianjiao revealed a stunned expression. You're boasting shamelessly, kid. You don't know anything, do you? The Divine Dragon Army is the #1 army among the 5 strongest armies in the Mingyan country. How dare you say you can't do it? What a joke. One of Ruan Tianjiao's subordinates was instantly enraged. His eyes widened as if he could not wait to eat Lu Ming. No means no. Other than his fighting spirit and baleful qi, he's completely useless, especially his battle formation. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Since Ruan Tianjiao wanted to ask him, he would naturally tell him the truth. A few of the officers glared at Lu Ming. They initially thought that Lu Ming might be the #1 figure. Now they felt that Lu Ming was just a person who talked big. Lu Ming, my Flood Dragon battle formation is the #1 battle formation in Mingyan country. How could you say that it's useless? Ruan Tianjiao's expression did not look too good either. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of hidden bitterness. You were the one who asked me. I'm just speaking from my heart. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. So you have an even stronger battle formation? Ruan Tianjiao continued to look at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. Yes, I do. Take a look at this. A jade tablet appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it to Ruan Tianjiao. Ruan Tianjiao took the jade token and after scanning it with his spiritual sense, he cried out, "This is the true dragon battle formation. What a wondrous battle formation!" Lu Ming had indeed given the true dragon battle formation to Ruan Tianjiao. Back then, when he was helping Ouyang Wushuang fight for the position of crown prince, he had duplicated a few jade tokens. This battle formation was not of much use to Lu Ming, so there was no harm in giving it to Ruan Tianjiao. Seeing Ruan Tianjiao lose his composure, a few of the generals looked at each other. Could it be that Lu Ming had really given them a battle formation that was stronger than the Flood Dragon battle formation? Ruan Tianjiao's mind sank into the jade token, carefully studying it as if he was entranced. After a moment, she was overjoyed and said, "Immediately train the new battle formation." Then, he rushed toward the battlefield, and the 4 generals followed him with confused faces. In the following time, Ruan Tianjiao was focused on training the new combat formation. If there was anything he did not understand, he would come and ask Lu Ming. In a short 10 days, the battle formation training had taken shape. Roar! The army gathered and activated the true dragon battle formation. A true dragon formed and roared into the sky. Its might was many times stronger than the flood dragon from before. At this moment, Ruan Tianjiao and her subordinates were already in awe of Lu Ming. No one suspected that Lu Ming was a spy. How could a spy give them such a brilliant battle formation to cultivate? Tianjiao was even more glad that her intuition was right. Lu Ming was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Ming had given her such a precious battle formation so casually as if he did not take it seriously. How could he be an ordinary person? Kneel down during this period of time. Xiangxiang was extremely depressed and furious. In Xiangxiang's military tent, he slammed his palm heavily on the table. The terrifying force of his palm smashed the table into pieces. Damned bitch! Xiangxiang bellowed. His face was incomparably malevolent and filled with killing intent. During this period of time, every time he looked for Tianjiao, he would be stopped by Tianjiao's subordinates. They said that Tianjiao had to focus on training the army and had no time. However, the news he received was that Tianjiao was always hanging out with Lu Ming. Young master, it seems like Tianjiao has been bewitched by Lu Ming. One wonder what kind of drug that kid has given Tianjiao? That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming. When I first saw him, I knew that he wasn't a good person. If not for that kid, Tianjiao might have already fallen into the young master's arms. A few of Xiangxiang's subordinates added fuel to the fire, causing Xiangxiang to become even angrier. His killing intent was like a knife. That brat must die. Xiangxiang coldly spoke and continued. I told you to keep an eye on that kid. Where is he now? Young master, we just received news that the brat has returned to the camp. One of them answered. Very good. Let's go. I want this kid to die a miserable death. A sinister look appeared in Xiangxiang's eyes. He led a few of his subordinates and walked towards Lu Ming's tent. Lu Ming was cultivating in the military tent when a loud roar suddenly came from outside. Lu Ming, get out here. A voice filled with murderous intent was heard, causing Lu Ming to frown. He knew it was Xiangxiang's voice the moment he heard it. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He got up and walked out of the tent. He saw Xiangxiang and a few of his subordinates looking at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Around the military tent, some members of the Divine Dragon Army were alarmed and gathered around to watch. However, Xiangxiang's status was no small matter, so no one dared to come over and speak. What's the matter? Lu Ming cast a faint glance at him. Brat, I've already given you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Now you even dare to snatch my woman. You really don't know what's good for you. Xiangxiang said coldly. You're giving me a chance? Lu Ming could not help but shake his head. Who would give who a chance then? You lowly dog, why don't you take a piss and see who you are? How dare you go against me? A dog like you should kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Do you understand? Kill him. Xiangxiang shouted and waved his hand. Bang! Bang! The two half-saint martial artists stepped out. Their powerful auras burst out and they were about to attack Lu Ming. Stop, young Master Yan. Lu Ming is the general's friend. If the general finds out that you're treating Lu Ming like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to answer to him. At this moment, a burly man rushed over and shouted. He was a deputy general of the Divine Dragon Army. During this period of time, he had become quite familiar with Lu Ming. Get lost! Xiangxiang shouted angrily and slapped the burly man. The burly man did not dare to resist and was slapped in the face. He staggered and retreated. Who do you think you are? I don't need you to criticize me. If you say any more nonsense, I'll kill you as well. Xiangxiang's cold gaze swept across the burly man, causing him to turn pale. This is bad. Xiangxiang wants to kill Lu Ming. Quickly inform the marshal. In the surroundings, some people muttered. After that, some people quickly left to inform Tianjiao. I'll make you pay for this slap 10 times over. Lu Ming looked at Xiangxiang, his expression turning cold. Aha, you're talking big. Let's do it. Xiangxiang laughed heartily. Kid, kneel down first. The two half-saints charged at Lu Ming from both sides. They waved their hands at Lu Ming, intending to make him kneel in front of Xiangxiang before killing him. Since you like to kneel, then kneel down. Lu Ming used the soul illusion on the last word. At this moment, in the eyes of the two half-saints, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a demonic god who ruled the world and had the power to kill. The two of them were almost scared out of their wits by the terrifying aura. The two of them seemed to have lost control of their bodies. They knelt down in front of Lu Ming with a plop. Xiangxiang was dumbfounded. His two other subordinates were also dumbfounded. The surrounding divine dragon army soldiers were also stunned. What was going on? Why were Xiangxiang's two half-saint subordinates suddenly kneeling in front of Lu Ming? As for Lu Ming, he did not do anything at all. He only said softly, "Kneel down." These were two half-saints, the closest to being a saint? Could it be that Lu Ming was a saint? Everyone secretly guessed. It seems that your two subordinates know that they were wrong and are kneeling down to beg for mercy. If you don't kneel down, one might consider sparing you. Lu Ming looked at Xiangxiang indifferently. You dog, you actually dare to fight back. You are indeed a spy. Attack and kill him. Xiangxiang reacted, and the anger in his heart soared to the sky as he roared loudly. Kill! Beside Xiangxiang, an old man stepped out, and a terrifying aura bloomed. The old man was a lower-tier bright saint and was a well-known top master in the country. The old man's aura bloomed, causing many people's faces to change. This was a saint, a top cultivator of Mingyan country. A half-saint couldn't compare to him. Why isn't the marshal here yet? Some people were anxious and worried for Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had made the two half-saints kneel down, the difference between the saint realm and the half-saint realm was too great. The old man's aura grew stronger and stronger, pressing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was still standing there, motionless, as if he did not see the old man. Deliberately mystifying. Die for this old man. The old man's eyes were filled with ferocity. His claws were like blades as he clawed at Lu Ming. Kneel down. At this moment Lu Ming spoke again. His voice was not loud, but when it fell into the old man's ears it sounded like thunder. It was as if a god was shouting in his ear. At this moment his soul was under a terrifying pressure. He couldn't use any power in his body. Plop! Just like the two half-saints, he knelt down in front of Lu Ming. The entire place fell silent. At this moment time and space seemed to have frozen. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Lu Ming coldly and then at the old man. A saint actually knelt down in front of Lu Ming. A moment ago, he was filled with killing intent and wanted to kill Lu Ming. The next moment he knelt in front of Lu Ming. What was going on? Many people realized that their brains were already unable to process this. They had never seen such a thing before. A Saint Realm expert didn't even fight and directly knelt down. What kind of trick was this? Xiangxiang was also stunned. His mouth was so wide open that he could swallow a dead rat. His throat seemed to be stuck by something, and he could not make a sound for a long time. It seems that your subordinates are very sensible. They have recognized their mistakes and knelt down to admit their mistakes. Now why don't you kneel down? Lu Ming looked at Xiangxiang and spoke indifferently. I'm sorry I called too much. Lu Ming opened his mouth. Xiangxiang seemed to have woken up from a dream and reacted. You dog, what kind of demonic technique did you use that you actually made the saint of Mingyan country kneel? How dare you? Just you wait, this matter is not over. After saying this, Xiangxiang turned around and was about to leave. Lu Ming was too strange. He could actually make an expert of the sage state kneel down. He felt his hair standing on end. He wanted to return to the capital first and report to his father. Then he would send experts to take revenge. Did I let you go? Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He moved and appeared in front of Xiangxiang. His cold, knife-like gaze swept toward Xiangxiang, causing Xiangxiang's expression to change drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back. What do you want to do? Xiangxiang shouted. Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Lu Ming said calmly. You dare? Kid, you dare to touch me? Do you understand the consequences? Xiangxiang shouted. Oh, what are the consequences? Lu Ming said playfully. You dog, listen up. My father is the state preceptor, and my sister is His Majesty's most beloved imperial concubine. I'll make sure you die a graveless death and 111 exterminate your entire family. Xiangxiang shouted and glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. He did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to touch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming swung his palm. This slap was unbelievably fast, and Xiangxiang had no way of dodging it. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap spread in all directions. Xiangxiang flew out and spun dozens of times in the air. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Half of his face was puffed up and his teeth were all knocked out by Lu Ming. Yin Song was stunned. The others were also stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to hit Yin Song. He was really bold. Yin Song roared hysterically. Just now, he had come with a murderous intent and wanted to kill Lu Ming. In the end, a few of his subordinates had knelt in front of Lu Ming for no reason. Now Lu Ming actually dared to slap him. This was a great humiliation. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Slap his mouth, you're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. He swung his palm in the air. A palm condensed from holy power was formed and slapped Yin Song's face ruthlessly. Yin Song's body flew out again and spun a few rounds in the air. Under Lu Ming's control, he fell to the ground and knelt there. I said just now, one want you to pay me back 10 times. You gave me 1 slap, so one will give you 10 slaps. Lu Ming said coldly. He waved his hand again and gave 10 more slaps. After 10 consecutive slaps, Yin Song's face had completely turned into a pig's head. His face was swollen beyond recognition. I'm sorry, I slapped you 2 more times. Lu Ming pursed his lips. In addition to the 2 slaps from before, he had a total of 12 slaps. Yin Song was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was simply bullying. Buzz. At this moment, a streak of light flew over from the distance and landed on the ground. Ruan Tianjiao had arrived. When she received the news, she rushed over. When she saw this scene, she was quite speechless. Yin Song actually dared to lay his hands on Lu Ming. He was really looking for a beating. She had rushed over not because she was worried about Lu Ming, but because she was afraid that Lu Ming would kill Yin Song in a fit of anger. After all, Yin Song was the son of the state preceptor. If he died, there would be trouble. Heavenly Flood Dragon, you've come at the right time. This Lu Ming is a spy. He actually dared to hit the experts of our Mingyan country. Quickly call for people to take him down and cripple his cultivation. Then, bring him back to the capital for interrogation. Seeing Ruan Tianjiao, Yin Song cried out hysterically again. Ruan Tianjiao secretly shook his head. This Yin Song really didn't change. Yin Song, I've told you long ago that Lu Ming is my guest, not a spy. Moreover, you were the one who started this. You're the one who brought it upon yourself. Ruan Tianjiao said indifferently. What did you just say? I asked for it. Ruan Tianjiao, you adulterous couple, just you wait. Yin Song's anger soared to the sky. He left behind a few harsh words and staggered away. Get lost. Following that, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few of Yin Song's subordinates flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Then they climbed up in a sorry state and fled. Lu Ming, thank you for not killing Yin Song. Ruan Tianjiao cupped her fists at Lu Ming. She also understood that Lu Ming did not kill Yin Song because he was most likely thinking for her. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I hit Yin Song. Will I implicate you? He asked. No, I'm one of the 5 great marshals of the Mingyan country after all. Yin Song can't do anything to me. Ruan Tianjiao shook his head. This matter was over just like that. After that, Ruan Tianjiao continued to train the army while Lu Ming cultivated every day. After more than 10 days, he would head to the capital with Ruan Tianjiao. Time flew by and 7 days passed. On this day, someone from the capital came with the emperor's imperial edict. Ruan Tianjiao received the decree. The one who came to deliver the decree was a thin old man. He squinted his eyes and smiled. General Tianjiao, congratulations. His Majesty has decreed a marriage for you to young Master Yin Song. The marriage will be completed in a few days. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Ruan Tianjiao to be stunned. Even Ruan Tianjiao's subordinates were stunned. The emperor bestowed a marriage and betrothed Ruan Tianjiao to Yin Song? How is this possible? Master Chow, are you mistaken? I'm the marshal of an army. How could His Majesty grant me a marriage so easily? Ruan Tianjiao asked. Sir Chaos' face darkened. His Majesty personally issued a decree. Furthermore, it has already been announced to the world. How can it be wrong? Damn it, it must be Yin Song. What did he say to His Majesty when he returned? It's most likely his sister, Consort Qing, who bewitched His Majesty. Ruan Tianjiao's subordinates were furious. Needless to say, Yin Song was definitely behind this. Yin Song pursued Ruan Tianjiao. But Ruan Tianjiao never gave Xiangxiang a good attitude. 7 days ago, Xiangxiang was taught a lesson by Lu Ming. He must have harbored a grudge. After he returned to the capital, he must have said something to the emperor. Otherwise, why would the emperor suddenly bestow a marriage? Marshal Tianjiao, accept the decree and thank His Majesty for his kindness. Sir Chao said coldly. Lord Chao, please go back. Please forgive me for not being able to receive the decree. Ruan Tianjiao said with a dark expression. What? If you don't accept the decree, Ruan Tianjiao, do you want to disobey the decree? Sir Chao rebuked coldly. So what if I defy the decree? That incapable ruler is becoming more and more muddled. One of the officers said coldly. How dare you? How dare you insult His Majesty? This is a capital crime. Sir Chao pointed at the general and shouted. I think you'll die first. The general exuded a cold killing intent as he looked at Sir Chao with cold eyes. Sir Chao shivered. His face was pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. If Ruan Tianjiao revolted in a fit of anger and killed him, he would have died an unjust death. Sir Chao, please go back. One won't accept this imperial edict. I will personally return to the capital and find His Majesty to clarify things. Ruan Tianjiao said coldly. It was as if Sir Chao had been granted amnesty, and he left with his tail between his legs. The Time God Mountain, I'll leave tomorrow and return to the capital. I'll leave the Divine Dragon Army in your hands for this period of time. Ruan Tianjiao looked at the generals. Marshal, let's just rebel. One of the officers said. That's right. His Majesty is fatuous and infatuated with Consort Qing. He doesn't care about the state affairs and all the power is controlled by the state preceptor. The people are in misery and suffering. Why don't we rebel and replace him? The Marshal is the goddess of war, and has contributed greatly to the Mingyan kingdom. The people will definitely welcome the Marshal to replace her. A few of the generals spoke out one after another, persuading Ruan Tianjiao to rebel and kill his way to the capital. Shut up! Ruan Tianjiao shouted and everyone shut up. The Ruan family has been loyal generals for generations. How can we rebel? In the future, there is no need to mention such things again. Otherwise, we will be punished by military law. Ruan Tianjiao shouted, his eyes like lightning, causing the generals' expressions to turn ugly and indignant. Marshal, we'll go with you to the capital tomorrow. If the Yen family has any schemes, we'll be able to look out for them. One of the officers said. No need. Your mission is to guard the Divine Dragon Army. Won't have the power to protect myself. Yuan Tianjiao said. I'll go with you tomorrow. A voice was heard. It was Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming had seen everything that happened just now. He was originally going to the capital, so he was going with Ruan Tianjiao. Ruan Tianjiao looked at Lu Ming and then nodded. The next day, Lu Ming and Ruan Tianjiao each rode a strange beast and headed towards the capital of Mingyan country. This island was very vast, but the strange beasts they were riding on were astonishingly fast. Like a gust of wind, they arrived at the capital of Mingyan in 3 days. On the way, Ruan Tianjiao explained the situation in Mingyan country. Ever since Mingyan country's emperor fell in love with consort Xiangxiang, he abandoned the government and the imperial advisor took control. For the sake of his own cultivation, the imperial advisor plundered the treasures of the entire Mingyan country, causing the people to live in poverty and the country's strength to decline day by day. Now, the most powerful person in Mingyan country was the imperial advisor. The capital of the Mingyan kingdom was huge and lively. However, Lu Ming had seen the prosperity of the Heavenly Emperor City. Compared to the Heavenly Emperor City, the capital of the Mingyan kingdom was like a wild village. The two of them rode on their strange beasts and entered the capital, heading towards the palace. Greetings, Marshal Tianjiao. Greetings, Heavenly Serpent Female War God. The moment they entered the capital, the people on the road all saluted Ruan Tianjiao when they saw him. It seems like you're loved by the people. Lu Ming smiled and sent a voice transmission to Ruan Tianjiao. I'm only doing my part. Ruan Tianjiao nodded to everyone and continued forward. Sigh, such a peerless person like General Tianjiao actually has to marry that bastard Xiangxiang. What a pity. Isn't that so? But now that the Yin family is so powerful that even His Majesty listens to them, what can we do? It's just a pity for Martial Heavenly Dragon. Lu Ming could hear the people's laments and discussions. Not long after, they came to a stretch of palace halls. This was the Imperial Palace, but they were blocked outside the Imperial Palace. General Tianjiao, please forgive us. His Majesty has ordered that we will not see anyone for the next 2 days. A general who was guarding the gate cupped his fists and said, "Go and report that I've returned," Ruan Tianjiao said with a frown. His Majesty has said that if Marshal Tianjiao returns, there is no need to inform him. His Majesty will prepare a banquet 3 days later to welcome the Marshal. Marshal, please come back 3 days later, the general at the gate said. Ruan Tianjiao frowned. He did not say anything else and left the palace with Lu Ming. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mansion with the words, "The Ruan Residence." This was Ruan Tianjiao's residence in the capital. They were temporarily staying at the Ruan Residence. After arranging a room for Lu Ming, Ruan Tianjiao left the Ruan Residence for an unknown reason. A day later, Ruan Tianjiao returned. "Lu Ming, I've brought you the information you wanted about the ancient monument." Ruan Tianjiao found Lu Ming and handed him a jade tablet. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. Indeed, he found some ancient relics in the 10,000 Seas realm. Heavenly Serpent. Where is the most famous relic in the 10,000 Sea realm? Lu Ming asked after a while. Of course it's the Time God Mountain. Legend has it that the Time God Mountain has existed for countless years and was left behind by an undying. Yuan Tianjiao said. Undying? Lu Ming muttered. During this time he had a deeper understanding of the martial arts cultivation and realms in the 10,000 Sea realm. The realms and titles in the 10,000 Sea realm were the same as those in the outside world. They went all the way to the Martial Emperor, then the Bright Saint, the Supreme Saint, and the Absolute Saint. However, after he became an Absolute Saint there were changes. Above Absolute Saint, the 10,000 Sea realm was called Saint Emperor. Lu Ming speculated that a sacred emperor was equivalent to an emperor to be in the outside world. According to the ancient records and legends of the Mingyan country, the Holy Emperor was the highest realm in the world. Further up was the Undying. Immortality, endless lifespan, undying and imperishable. But in the 10,000 Sea realm it was a legend. It had never appeared. Lu Ming speculated that the immortal in the 10,000 Sea realm was the martial emperor in the outside world. The Time God Mountain was left behind by an undying being. Could it be the celestial Thearch? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had to go and take a look at the Time God Mountain. It might have something to do with the celestial Thearch. How can one go to the Time God Mountain? Lu Ming asked. I don't know either, no? Ruan Tianjiao shook his head. Legend has it that the Time God Mountain is on the Time God Island, but no one has ever found it. Has no one been there before? Lu Ming frowned. Of course someone has. Every 3 years, the Time Island sends an emissary to bring a group of people to the island to cultivate. It's said that the cultivation conditions there are unique, and it's a holy land of martial arts that countless people in the myriad sea realm yearn for. It's not too far away from the time of the next trip to the Divine Time Island. Soon, the 9 nations of the vast sea will have an alliance meeting to select a quota to go to the Divine Time Island. The Mingyan Kingdom will also be participating. Lu Ming, if you want to go to the Divine Time Island, this is an opportunity. Ruan Tianjiao explained. An alliance of the 9 nations? There was a flash of light in Lu Ming's eyes. He definitely had to make a trip to the Time Mountain. Lu Ming estimated that the experts who entered from the outside world would most likely head to the Time God Mountain. After all, it was suspected to have been left behind by the Celestial Emperor. If there were any treasures, they would definitely be priceless. Time flew by and 3 days passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Ruan Tianjiao headed for the palace. This time, someone welcomed them into the palace and they came to an empty space. This place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the environment was very elegant. At this time there were already some banquet tables placed on both sides of the area. When Lu Ming and Xiao Mu arrived, they realized that there were already many people. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he felt a cold gaze directed at him. Lu Ming followed the direction of the gaze and found Yen Song staring at him with a murderous look. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with Yen Song and started to look around. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Chapter 1941. All-round suppression. Beside Yen Song sat a thin old man. His hair was white and he was dressed in fine clothes. His appearance was similar to Yen Song's. Lu Ming guessed that this person should be the state preceptor. The imperial advisor's eyes squinted slightly with a faint smile. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but he gave off the feeling of a wily old fox. In the middle of the room there were two people. One of them was an old man with snow-white hair. He wore a dragon robe and a jade crown. From the looks of it, he should be the king of Mingyan country. Beside the king of Mingyan country sat a beautiful woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She had a lithe figure, and her eyes were like silk. She was extremely charming and enchanting. This person should be Yen Song's older sister, Consort Qing. In the other seats there were also some people sitting. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament. They should all be high-level figures of Mingyan country. Ruan Tianjiao strode forward and bowed to the king of Mingyan country. Your humble servant greets your majesty. Haha, Tianjiao is back. No need for formalities, please take a seat. The king of Mingyan laughed. Many thanks, your majesty, Ruan Tianjiao said. With that, he and Lu Ming walked to a row of seats at the side and sat down. How dare you, Lu Ming? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to sit there? Lu Ming had just sat down when on the other side. Yen Song slammed the table and stood up. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. They were going to make things difficult so quickly. Why aren't you getting up? Don't you see where you are? Who was the person sitting here? Do you have the right to sit here with your status? Quickly get up and roll to the side. Yen Song berated once again. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear her. He picked up the wine glass on the table and slowly took a sip. Good wine, it's really good wine. Unfortunately, there's a wild dog barking and it spoiled my mood. You. How bold. Yen Song was furious. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. You think you're very noble? Why did you kneel in front of me? Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Shut up. Men, take this person's seat away. Yen Song shouted. Immediately, someone stepped forward and wanted to take away Lu Ming's seat. The king of Mingyan country, Consort Qing, the state preceptor, and the others all looked on indifferently, as if they were watching a good show. Get lost, stop! Ruan Tianjiao shouted. A murderous aura that had been on the battlefield emanated from her, causing the guard who was about to take Lu Ming's seat to freeze and stop in his tracks. Lu Ming is my friend. If you want to remove Lu Ming's position, you can remove mine as well. Ruan Tianjiao shouted. This? The guard was stunned and didn't know what to do. Ruan Tianjiao's status could not be compared to Lu Ming's. He was the marshal of the Divine Dragon Army, and the goddess of war of the Mingyan country. How would he dare to remove Ruan Tianjiao from his seat? Retreat? Why aren't we retreating? Ruan Tianjiao's gaze was threatening as he stared at the guard. Cold sweat broke out on the guard's face as he cast a pleading look at Yen Song, the state preceptor, and the others. Damn it! Yen Song was incomparably furious and extremely jealous. It was unknown what medicine Lu Ming had given Ruan Tianjiao to make him protect Lu Ming. An NBSP. Okay, you can leave. Since this little brother is a friend of a genius 9-star general, you can naturally sit here. At this moment, the imperial advisor spoke indifferently. The guard felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He let out a long breath, bowed, and retreated. Tianjiao, you've returned just in time. I've already bestowed you with a marriage, and the date has already been set. You've returned just in time to complete the marriage with Yen Song. The country ruler said from above. Your Majesty, this lowly subject has returned from this trip because of this matter. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. This lowly subject does not have the slightest feeling for Yen Song. Your Majesty, please retract your order. Ruan Tianjiao stood up and bowed to the king. Impudent. Beside the monarch, Consort Qing shouted coldly. The emperor does not play with his words. Since his majesty has already given the decree, how can he take it back? Ruan Tianjiao, do you want His Majesty to be a man of his word? This lowly subject doesn't dare, yes. Ruan Tianjiao cupped his fists and said, for other matters, one will definitely respect you. If you want me to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy, I will not even frown. But for this matter, I cannot accept your orders. Tianjiao, Consort Qing has also said that the emperor does not play with his words. Moreover, Xiangxiang is not bad and is a good match for you. Let's settle this matter. The country ruler waved his hand, his tone unquestionable. Ruan Tianjiao was simply in disbelief. He didn't expect that the country ruler would actually marry her to Xiangxiang so rashly without her consent. Although the previous country ruler was muddle-headed, he wouldn't have done this. His Majesty has already announced to the world that the two of you will be married in half a month. This matter is settled. During this period, General Tianjiao will stay in the palace. The imperial advisor spoke as if he had decided on this matter. Ruan Tianjiao shook his head and was extremely disappointed in the king. Originally, she had come back to demand an explanation from the country ruler and make him retract his order. But now she found out that the country ruler was completely on the side of the state preceptor. Lu Ming did not say a word. There was a strange glint in his eyes. He secretly sized up the king and found something interesting. Tianjiao, I'm afraid that the king will not listen to you. That Consort Qing is good at seduction. The king has been bewitched and will listen to Consort Qing. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ruan Tianjiao. What? Ruan Tianjiao was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He glared at the imperial preceptor and shouted, Yan Kuei and Yan Suan, how dare you use your seduction techniques to bewitch His Majesty? As soon as he said this, the expressions of Consort Qing, the state preceptor, Xiangxiang, and the others changed drastically. Ruan Tianjiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiangxiang bellowed. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you both know in your hearts. Yan Kuei Yanzheng, you dared to secretly harm His Majesty and secretly manipulate His Majesty. No wonder His Majesty ignored the state affairs and gave you all the power. I will announce this matter to the world. Lu Ming, let's go. With that, Ruan Tianjiao strode out. Stop him. The state preceptor's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, 4 figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming and Ruan Tianjiao. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Great circle of bright saint. Lu Ming did not even need to look to know that the 4 of them were in the great circle of the bright saint stage, and were not weaker than Ruan Tianjiao. The 4 of you are marshals. Yet you're willing to degrade yourself and take orders from the state preceptor? Ruan Tianjiao said with a grave expression. These 4 people were as famous as her. The other 4 great generals of Mingyan country had strong combat strength. They were all in the great circle of the bright saint stage. Each of their combat strength was not much weaker than hers. If the 4 of them joined forces, she would definitely not be able to defeat them. Ruan Tianjiao, you disobeyed the decree, and are indeed a wolf with wild ambitions. You want to rebel. The imperial advisor spoke indifferently and accused Ruan Tianjiao of a serious crime. You're talking nonsense. Ruan Tianjiao shouted. It was clearly the state preceptor and the others who were rebelling, yet they still said she was rebelling. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Are you guys done? The imperial advisor sneered. You don't even listen to His Majesty's orders. You disobey the decree and are disrespectful. If this isn't a rebellion, what is it? And I've already received news that you've secretly contacted Luoshui Kingdom and attempted to rebel against your superior to destroy Mingyan Kingdom. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Colluding with the Luoshui Kingdom? Nonsense, who would believe your one-sided words? Ruan Tianjiao shouted. You want evidence? I'll give it to you. Come out. The imperial advisor's cold voice was heard. Then a strong man in his 30s walked out. Greetings to your Majesty. Greetings to the imperial advisor. The brawny man saluted the monarch and the imperial advisor. Wang Xing, what are you doing here? Ruan Tianjiao was very surprised because Wang Xing was his guard and had followed her for many years. However, she did not let Wang Xing come to the capital. Shouldn't Wang Xing be in the Divine Dragon Army? Ruan Tianjiao had a bad feeling in his heart. Wang Xing, tell me everything you know. The imperial advisor said. Wang Xing nodded and said, Ruan Tianjiao has indeed been secretly communicating with the Luoshui kingdom, and has been plotting. When the time is right, he is prepared to plot a rebellion and claim himself as the emperor. However, I am a citizen of the Mingyan kingdom, and am only loyal to the Mingyan kingdom and his majesty. How can I allow such a thing to happen? Today, I will reveal Ruan Tianjiao's wild ambitions to the public. Wang Xing's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Wang Xing, you dare to slander me! Ruan Tianjiao shouted, his entire body trembling with anger. It was obvious that Wang Xing had been bribed by the state preceptor, and had framed her together with him. However, Wang Xing was her guard, and many people would believe what he said. Ruan Tianjiao, your scheme has been exposed. Why don't you surrender? However, since Xiangxiang has pleaded for you, I can spare your life. As long as you destroy your cultivation, marry Xiangxiang, and hand over your military power, I will not announce your rebellion to the world and protect your innocence. The imperial advisor said coldly, as if he had everything under control. For this matter, he had already started planning. Everything was perfect, and Ruan Tianjiao had no room to resist. The final outcome would be the same. His cultivation would be crippled. He would hand over his military power and marry his son, Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang's eyes revealed a smug look as he looked at Ruan Tianjiao and Lu Ming with cold arrogance. A bitch, a dog, and you want to fight with me? You don't know what's good for you. Xiangxiang laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased with himself, especially when he looked at Ruan Tianjiao's heroic face and perfect figure. His heart was burning, and he wanted nothing more than to take Ruan Tianjiao for himself. But soon he told himself, you guys, despicable. Ruan Tianjiao trembled with anger. She understood that the state preceptor not only wanted Xiangxiang to marry her, but also to take away her military power. Now, the other four marshals had already submitted to the imperial advisor. If the divine dragon army was also seized, then the Mingyan country would truly become the imperial advisor's world, and no one would be able to control him. Ruan Tianjiao turned to look at the king, but the king did not even look at her. He was only drinking with consort Qing. Ruan Tianjiao was thoroughly disappointed. What else? At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard faintly. What? The state preceptor, Xiangxiang, and the rest were stunned. They did not understand what Lu Ming meant. If you're not talking, then you're done, right? Since you're done, it's my turn to speak. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the surroundings. He said with a faint smile, today's matter is like this. The imperial advisor, Xiangxiang, and consort Qing led the masses to rebel and kill the monarch, intending to replace him. Then, Marshal Tianjiao arrived with his men and killed the rebellious imperial advisor, and the others to avenge the monarch. In the end, with the support of the people, Ruan Tianjiao became the Empress of the Mingyan country. What? The state preceptor, Xiangxiang, consort Qing, and everyone else at the scene, including Ruan Tianjiao, were all dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally reacted. Aha, this kid is about to die. It looks like he's scared crazy. Xiangxiang laughed so hard that his tears were flowing. The state preceptor, consort Qing, and the others also laughed. Their laughter was full of contempt. Lu Ming's intention was to kill all of them, and then let Ruan Tianjiao sit on the throne of the Empress. Was that possible? It was really crazy talk. The imperial advisor and the others shook their heads. Lu Ming did not seem to notice the state preceptor and the rest's expressions. Instead, he looked at Ruan Tianjiao and said, Sky Flood Dragon, what do you think of my idea? Ah. Ruan Tianjiao was stunned and didn't react for a moment. I understand. It's not easy for you to do it. Let me do it. Lu Ming smiled, then stood up and walked toward Xiangxiang. This person is crazy, kill him. Xiangxiang shouted. Brat, you're talking nonsense. Die. One of the 9-star generals shouted. He took a step forward and the ground rumbled. His burly body rushed toward Lu Ming like a mountain. His aura was shocking. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. It was as if he did not see the general make a move. He allowed the general to attack him. Be careful. Ruan Tianjiao cried out in alarm, but it was too late to save him. Brat, go to hell. Xiangxiang roared in his heart, his eyes filled with pride. He wanted to compete with him for his woman. He didn't know what was good for him. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the marshal. Two dark rays of light flashed in his eyes. Then, everyone saw the general's body tremble, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He was no longer breathing. He was dead. The general died suddenly and silently. No one saw how the general died or how Lu Ming did it. The scene suddenly became quiet. The imperial advisor's eyes squinted and a cold light flashed in them. How dare you kill the commander of an army? This isn't a rebellion, what is it? Attack, let's attack together and kill this man. Beside the monarch, Consort Qing shouted. Boom! 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 The other 3 9-star generals attacked at the same time. All 3 of them were in the great circle of the Bright Saints stage. When they attacked together, their momentum was rather terrifying. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Die! Lu Ming did not even look at the 3 marshals. His gaze was fixed on Xiangxiang and he softly uttered a word. And NBSP, the power of the god sword art spread out along with the sound and entered the 3 9-star generals' bodies. The 3 marshals were the same as the previous marshal. Their bodies trembled slightly and their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming. Their bodies fell limply and they were no longer breathing. Dead, he died again. The 4 great marshals, the top cultivators of the Mingyan country, were all dead in an instant. No one saw how they died. A series of gasps rang out in the venue. They only heard Lu Ming say the word die indifferently, and the 3 marshals were dead. This was too terrifying. What kind of sacred art was this? It was as if Lu Ming was the god of death and whoever he wanted to kill had to die. Xiangxiang's expression changed. He became as pale as a sheet of paper and his eyes were filled with fear. The state preceptor and Consort Qing's expressions also changed, becoming extremely serious. They knew that they had encountered a troublesome expert. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. A matter of one move. As for Ruan Tianjiao, he was also dumbfounded and in disbelief. The cultivation of the 4 great marshals was the same as hers. However, her spirit body was slightly higher. In terms of combat strength, she was ranked first among the 5 great marshals, but she wasn't that much stronger. For such experts had died in front of Lu Ming in an instant. What was Lu Ming's cultivation? Could it be that Lu Ming was an eminent saint? In the past, when she first met Lu Ming, although she felt that Lu Ming was extraordinary, she also felt that Lu Ming was at most similar to her. He had never expected that Lu Ming would kill 4 top-tier experts without a sound. Bang! Bang! After Lu Ming killed the 4 marshals, he continued to move forward, walking toward Xiangxiang. Every step seemed to knock on Xiangxiang's heart, making his heart tremble. The fear in his eyes grew stronger. Kill him! Let's kill him together! Xiangxiang cried out hysterically. This person is plotting a rebellion to harm His Majesty. Quickly attack! Consort Qing also called out. Buzz! Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! Some figures rushed out from behind the king and the imperial advisor. These people all had very powerful auras. Many of them were even in the great circle of the Bright Saints stage, and were not any weaker than the 4 great marshals. These people were the powerhouses trained by the imperial family and the imperial advisor respectively. This was their true strength. Many experts joined forces and their powers intertwined. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped Lu Ming. Kill! At this moment Lu Ming shouted again. The sound waves rolled out and spread out in all directions. Those people who were charging towards him from all 4 directions were exactly the same as the 4 marshals from before. Their bodies trembled and then fell down limply, no longer breathing. This time even the state preceptor's expression changed, becoming somewhat pale. As for Xiangxiang and Consort Qing, they were completely terrified. Demon, you're a demon! Xiangxiang shouted hysterically. Lu Ming had only said one word and so many experts had died in an instant. This was beyond his understanding. At that moment Lu Ming was a demon in his eyes. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continued to walk toward Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang's body trembled in fear. He retreated continuously and shouted, Father, Father, save me! He can't touch you, the imperial advisor said coldly. Then a shocking aura burst out from his body. This aura was much stronger than anyone else's. Great Saint Realm. Yin Kuei, you have broken through to the great saint realm. Ruan Tianjiao cried out in disbelief. The state preceptor had already broken through to the great saint realm, and was known as the #1 master in Mingyan country. She could not help but feel worried for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. It was as if the cultivation of the eminent saint realm could not stir up any waves in Lu Ming's heart. Sword brothers, let's attack together. At this moment, the imperial advisor suddenly spoke. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in Mingyan country. That's good. It's safer to attack together. An old voice came from behind the imperial advisor. Then, 2 old men stepped out and stood with the imperial advisor. Boom! Boom! Then the 2 elders exploded with a terrifying aura. The terrifying aura swept through the wind and clouds, changing the color of the sky. These 2 old men were also in the Great Saint realm. Like the imperial advisor, they were both in the Great Saint lower tier. At the same time, 2 long swords that looked like water waves floated above the 2 old men's heads. Shui double sword saints. You are the unparalleled sword saints of the Luo Shui kingdom. Yin Kuei, you are the one who colluded with the Luo Shui kingdom. Ruan Tianjiao shouted in shock. The Wushuang sword saint of Luo Shui kingdom was the most terrifying expert in Luo Shui kingdom. 2 top experts in the initial success of the Supreme Saint realm had appeared beside the imperial advisor at this moment. Needless to say, the imperial advisor had secretly contacted the Luo Shui kingdom. He was the real traitor. So what if I know? Today you will all die. The imperial advisor said coldly. Kill father, kill this brat. No, cripple him first. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yin Song was stunned at first. He had not expected the imperial advisor's cultivation to reach the great saint realm. Moreover, the unparalleled sword saint of the Luo Shui kingdom was also there. However, he was immediately overjoyed and shouted with joy. There were 3 great saints. Lu Ming was dead for sure. No matter what tricks he had up his sleeve. The great saint realm was a legend in Mingyan country. This is your trump card? Lu Ming did not even look at Yin Song as he spoke indifferently. He stretched out a hand and pressed in the air. Boom! In the sky, a huge hand suddenly appeared, covering the sky and the sun. It pressed down on the imperial advisor and the sword saint of Luo Shui kingdom. The terrifying aura spread in all directions, making the imperial advisor and sword saint Wushuang of Luo Shui kingdom turn pale. They felt that this aura was not something they could resist. At this moment they wanted to escape, but they realized that the space around them seemed to have frozen. They couldn't escape at all. This, Yin Song and consort Qing were completely stunned. They stared blankly at the godlike hand in the sky. Their bodies trembled like a sieve. This power made them despair. Block it! The imperial advisor howled. He was unwilling to give up and he still wanted to resist. He formed a seal with his hands and struck out a terrifying palm print. At the same time, the peerless sword saint of the Luo Shui kingdom also launched an attack. 2 sword lights rushed into the sky like a river. However, in Lu Ming's hands, a great sage initial mastery was no different from an ant. As the giant hand pressed down, the 3's attacks instantly collapsed. In the end, the giant hand covered the 3 of them and heavily slammed them onto the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled, dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. After a while, the smoke and dust disappeared, and everyone saw a huge palm print on the ground. The imperial advisor, the peerless sword saint of Luo Shui kingdom, was lying in the palm print like a dead dog, spitting out blood. Their auras were extremely weak, just like 3 ordinary people. Lu Ming's attack just now had already crippled their cultivation. The imperial advisor's eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. It was over. He knew that everything was over. Oh! Yin Song suddenly screamed. His body turned into a streak of rainbow light and fled into the distance. He actually ignored the state preceptor and the others and wanted to escape alone. However, Lu Ming flicked his finger and a force flew out, piercing Yin Song's dantian. It pierced through his dantian and crippled his cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, Yin Song could no longer fly. He fell heavily to the ground and let out a hysterical scream. You're the only one left. Lu Ming walked toward consort Qing and the monarch. How dare you touch my beloved concubine? I'll exterminate your entire family. The king shouted and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head. The country ruler had completely lost his mind. There was no point in keeping him alive. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a stream of energy shot out, piercing the area between the country ruler's eyebrows and killing him. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. The Empress. After killing the monarch, Lu Ming turned to Consort Qing. Consort Qing's eyes were filled with endless fear. She looked at Lu Ming and suddenly smiled. Young master is so young, but you have such cultivation. One really admire you. Oh, Lu Ming said softly. Yin Kuei and his son committed treason and killed the king. Fortunately, young master killed them to avenge the king. With young master's cultivation, it is enough to rule Mingyan country. I am willing to help young master ascend to the throne and serve you with all my heart. Consort Qing's voice was melodious. Her alluring body wriggled like a water snake as she was about to pounce into Lu Ming's arms. At the same time, she looked into Lu Ming's eyes with a strange glint. You're overestimating yourself by casting a bewitching technique on me. I'm sorry, Lu Ming said calmly. When he finished the last word, his eyes shone like stars. Consort Qing let out a blood-curdling screech as her body was sent flying. She fell to the ground and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her face was deathly pale and she looked desperate. Her cultivation had also been crippled. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This woman had actually used a bewitching technique on him. She was overestimating herself. Lu Ming had only circulated some of his energy and she had suffered a backlash, crippling her cultivation. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood above the state preceptor. He looked down at the state preceptor and said indifferently, "Your scheme is not bad, but unfortunately, you are too weak. What's the use of all your schemes? The heavens are not protecting me." The imperial advisor shouted. His voice was exhausted, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. He had racked his brains to set up this trap. It was originally flawless, and Ruan Tianjiao had no chance of turning the tables. In the future, Mingyan country would definitely fall into his hands. He had never expected that Lu Ming would come out of nowhere and destroy all his plans with absolute power. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were laughable. He finally understood why Lu Ming had been drinking his wine calmly, and not saying a word when they were following the plan step by step. They were looking at them as if they were clowns. Lu Ming would let them play around. When they thought that the overall situation was set, he would take action and easily destroy all their plans, efforts, and setups. He could only blame the heavens for not protecting him. Why did a person like Lu Ming appear? Who are you? Is there no one like you in the vast C9 nations? The imperial advisor shouted unwillingly. You don't have the right to know who I am. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming then looked at Ruan Tianjiao and said, Skyflood Dragon, what's the next step? At this moment, Ruan Tianjiao seemed to wake up from a dream. The shock that Lu Ming gave her was too strong. She was shocked that a great saint could not put up any resistance in Lu Ming's hands. He could kill them with a flip of his hand. Kill them all. Ruan Tianjiao coldly spoke. Since things had already come to this, there was no way out. After making her decision, Ruan Tianjiao transformed into an iron-blooded general. She stepped forward and her sword light burst forth, killing the imperial advisor, Yin Song and Consort Qing. There were even some members of the imperial family who were killed by her. At random, Ruan Tianjiao transformed into a god of death, and secretly killed his way into the depths of the imperial palace, killing all the upper echelons of the imperial family. Since he had already come this far, Ruan Tianjiao understood that there was no way out. After that, Ruan Tianjiao took the body of the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui kingdom, and stood on the city tower of Barren City. He announced to the world that the imperial advisor had rebelled and colluded with the four great marshals and Consort Qing to kill the monarch and the core members of the royal family in an attempt to usurp the throne. Later on, Ruan Tianjiao arrived and killed the imperial advisor as well as a group of rebels. Unfortunately, it was already too late to reverse the situation. Once the news was out, the world was shocked. After a few days, the entire Divine Dragon army killed their way to the capital and took control of it. However, the armies of the other four marshals also announced to the world that everything was Ruan Tianjiao's scheme. It was Ruan Tianjiao who had killed the imperial advisor, and the king with the intention of usurping the throne. He had also led the army to attack the Divine Dragon Army in the name of avenging the king. However, the four great army corps had lost a powerhouse at the level of a marshal, so their cohesion was greatly weakened. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Army had cultivated the true dragon battle formation, so their combat power was strong. They easily defeated the four major armies and subdued them. At this point, the entire Mingyan country was under Ruan Tianjiao's control. A few days later, the Divine Flood Dragon military headquarters used the reason that the country could not go a day without a ruler to invite Ruan Tianjiao to ascend the throne. However, Ruan Tianjiao rejected them. After a few more days, the generals tried to persuade him again, but he was still rejected by Ruan Tianjiao. The third time it was not just the generals, but also countless people who came to petition for Ruan Tianjiao to take the throne and rule Mingyan country. In the past, when the imperial advisor of Mingyan country was in power, his reputation was ruined. Now that the imperial advisor had been killed, the people were all celebrating. As for Ruan Tianjiao, she had always had the title of the goddess of war, and was deeply loved by the people. The people naturally hoped that Ruan Tianjiao would take control of Mingyan country. Only then did Ruan Tianjiao agree to inherit the throne and become empress. Mingyan country was extremely lively as they began to prepare for the ascension ceremony. Naturally, Lu Ming would not interfere in these matters. To the Mingyan country, he was just a passerby who would leave very soon. Now, he only had to wait for the Nine Nations Alliance before heading to the Divine Time Island to explore the Divine Time Mountain. During this period of time, he had been cultivating quietly. But not long after, a piece of news came. The Luoshui kingdom mobilized their army and rode the cross-sea warship to attack the Mingyan kingdom. The entire Mingyan country was shocked. The power of the Luoshui country had always been above that of the Mingyan country. They had always wanted to swallow up the Mingyan country. In recent years, the two countries had been at war. Ruan Tianjiao immediately ordered the army to attack the Luoshui kingdom. Lu Ming also set off with the army. When they arrived at the northern part of Mingyan country, they saw a few huge warships flying over. In front of the warships was a dense army riding all kinds of strange beasts. The army was very powerful. Our country Luoshui has been on good terms with the country of Mingyan for generations. It is unforgivable for traitors and traitors to usurp the throne. Today, the country of Luoshui has come to seek revenge from the king of Mingyan. A voice came from the Luoshui kingdom's army. How shameless! Ruan Tianjiao shook his head. The Luoshui kingdom and the Mingyan kingdom had been at war for a long time. The Luoshui kingdom had been trying to invade the Mingyan kingdom. Now, in the mouth of the people of the Luoshui kingdom, it had become a good relationship between the two countries. If you want to find a reason to attack our country, you should find a better one. This reason is really laughable. Ruan Tianjiao's voice rang out. Traitors, you still think you're in the right? Today is the day you die. Kill. The commander of the Luoshui kingdom ordered the army to form a battle formation and charge toward the Mingyan kingdom. Set up the formation and kill the enemy. Ruan Tianjiao gave the order, and the Divine Dragon army set up a large formation. Immediately, a true dragon appeared and roared towards the sky with an astonishing aura. Such a large formation, the commander of the Luoshui kingdom was shocked. Boom! The armies of the two countries clashed together. Although the Divine Dragon army had fewer people, the true dragon battle formation was too powerful. When the two armies collided, the true dragon roared and clawed down, tearing a hole in the enemy battle formation. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. The Nine Nations Alliance. The army was defeated like a mountain. The Luoshui kingdom's army had not even clashed with the Divine Dragon army. A few times before they were torn apart, and their battle formation was broken. Roar! The true dragon roared as its huge dragon claw stomped down. A large number of soldiers were killed by the dragon claw, and blood chi filled the air. Run! The battle formation was broken, and it was even more impossible to resist the Divine Dragon army. People were constantly killed, and the remaining people were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Damn it, kill! A loud roar came from Luoshui kingdom. An armored general rushed out, giving off a shocking aura. This person was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Luoshui country was much stronger than Mingyan country. They had many supreme saints, unlike Mingyan country, which only had the imperial advisor. "I'll play with you." Lu Ming took a step forward and waved his hand. A huge palm was formed and pressed down on the other party. All not good. The other party was so frightened that his soul flew away. He wanted to escape, but he was directly hit by a palm, and his body was torn into pieces. Within the army, Ruan Tianjiao was secretly shocked. Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. He could kill a great saint with a lift of his hand. What level was Lu Ming at? Great sage perfection? Or an absolute saint? Ruan Tianjiao was extremely curious, but then he shook his head. How could such a young absolute saint be possible? She estimated that Lu Ming's cultivation base was at the peak of the Great Saint realm, or the Great Saint Perfection realm. This was already very shocking. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The army of the Luoshui kingdom was defeated like a landslide. Almost all of the soldiers were wiped out. The remaining people either surrendered or fled. The few huge warships also belonged to the Mingyan kingdom. The Divine Dragon Army had defeated the Luoshui kingdom. When the news spread, the entire country celebrated. Ruan Tianjiao's reputation had also reached its peak. Taking this opportunity, Ruan Tianjiao ascended the throne and became the only empress of Mingyan country in so many years. In the days that followed, Lu Ming cultivated in peace. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, the day of the Nine Nations Alliance had finally arrived. The Vast Sea was the name of this sea. There were 9 countries in total, called the 9 countries of the Vast Sea. The country of Mingyan and the country of Luoshui were both part of the 9 countries of the Vast Sea. The purpose of this meeting was to select the people who would go to Divine Light Island. It was said that if one headed to the Divine Time Island, there was a high chance that one would be accepted as a disciple by the experts there. That would be a meteoric rise. The Divine Time Island was the most powerful force in the 10,000 Sea realm. It was a holy land of martial arts in everyone's heart. And the location of this meeting was in the capital of Blue Water Country, one of the 9 countries. The Blue Water Country was the strongest country among the 9 countries, and had always been the alliance leader of the 9-country alliance. Ruan Tianjiao selected a group of strong people and headed to Blue Water Country with Lu Ming. After a dozen days, they arrived at the capital of Blue Water Country. A few days later, the 9 Nations Alliance was convened. In the square in front of the Blue Water Kingdom's imperial palace, rows of tables and chairs were arranged. The kings of the 9 nations of the Vast Sea, as well as some experts, were all seated. Blue Water Country's people sat at the head of the table, representing their status as the alliance leader. Alright, this time's alliance meeting will be the same as before. It's to select the candidates to enter the Divine Time Island. Our 9 nations will only have a total of 100 slots. A deep voice came from the Blue Water Country. It was the king of Blue Water Country. He looked to be in his 50s. He was burly and full of majesty. In my opinion, there should only be 8 countries this time. The Mingyan country does not have the right to participate in this alliance meeting at all. They also do not have the right to go to the Divine Time Island. A cold voice came from the right. The one who spoke was a thin middle-aged man, the king of Luoshui Kingdom. The carefully planned plan of the Luoshui Kingdom for many years had been destroyed. Several supreme saints had died in a row, and their strength had weakened a lot. At this time, how could they not target the Mingyan Kingdom? My Mingyan country does not have the right to make an alliance? Do you think you have the final say? Ruan Tianjiao coldly spoke. That goes without saying. You, Ruan Tianjiao, have the ambition of a wolf. You killed the king of Mingyan and replaced him. How can such a person be qualified to participate in the alliance meeting? The king of Luoshui opened his mouth coldly and continued to sneer. The 9 nations of the Vast Sea have a long history. The royal family of each nation has a noble bloodline. Who are you, Ruan Tianjiao? What right do you have to rule the Mingyan country? Your Luoshui country colluded with the state preceptor of my Mingyan country and wanted to harm the former king, making the Mingyan country miserable. Later you wanted to harm me. How can one not resist? Ruan Tianjiao sneered. Rebellion is rebellion. No matter how much you say, You can't escape the fact of rebellion. Luo Water King shouted coldly. Then he looked at Blue Water King and said, Brother Tsang, does Ruan Tianjiao from Mingyan country have the right to participate in the alliance meeting? Do one have the qualifications to head to the Divine Time Island? The king of Blue Water Country remained calm and said, The Divine Time Island is a sacred place. Traitors truly do not have the right to go there. Everyone from the Mingyan country please return. The Blue Water Country ruler's words clearly showed that he was on the side of the Luoshui kingdom. This made Ruan Tianjiao's face turn ugly. As for the people from the other countries, they were all gloating. With the departure of Mingyan country, they would have one less competitor, so they were naturally happy to see that. What a joke! At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and his disdainful voice spread throughout the entire venue. Who do you think you are? When did it become your turn to interrupt when the country rulers are talking? The king of Luoshui cast a glance at Lu Ming and chided him. However, Lu Ming did not even bother to look at the Luoshui kingdom monarch. He treated him as heir. What's so funny? The king of vast water country looked at Lu Ming and asked coldly. Speaking of rebellion, which of the founding fathers of the 9 nations are not traitors? If they had not rebelled, how could the 9 nations exist today? Lu Ming said indifferently. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were no 9 nations in the Songhai Ocean. There was only one nation, and that was the Songhai nation. At that time, the vast sea kingdom ruled the current territory of the 9 nations. Later on, the ancestors of the 9 nations betrayed the vast sea kingdom and destroyed it, leading to the current vast sea 9 nations. It could be said that the ancestors of the 9 nations were all traitors. How audacious! Impudent, you're looking for death. Those who insult our ancestors will be killed without mercy. One by one, the country rulers roared and their powerful auras enveloped Lu Ming. You are all traitors. What right do you have to speak of the fire country? If the Mingyan country is not qualified, then all of you are not qualified. Lu Ming was still calm and his voice was filled with contempt. You're looking for death. From the Zhongshui kingdom side, an old man flew out, his cold killing intent undisguisable. A terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand, heading towards Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of a great circle bright saint. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted loudly. The other party's sword gleam collapsed. His body trembled violently and he flew back at a speed faster than when he came. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The eyes of the kings of the various countries and the other experts all narrowed, revealing a trace of seriousness. A loud shout had injured a great circle bright saint. Could it be that this person had the cultivation of a great saint at such a young age? Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Chapter 1946. Awe-inspiring. In particular, the king of Luoshui was shocked. Could it be that the continuous deaths of several people in Luoshui kingdom were caused by this person? For a moment, all the powerhouses seemed to have forgotten to speak. Lu Ming stood up and looked around. His eyes were as bright as the stars. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Take a blood oath. From today on, the country of Mingyan will be the leader of the 9 nations of the vast sea. Ruan Tianjiao will be the leader. This time, the quota for the Divine Time Island will be decided by the Mingyan country. After the incident with the state preceptor, Lu Ming understood that there was no need to listen to these people's nonsense. It was a waste of time to waste time talking to them. It was better to use force to intimidate them. What? After Lu Ming finished speaking, the people from the other 8 nations were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze, as if they were looking at a fool. If he wasn't a fool, what was he? He wanted them to take a blood oath and make the country of Mingyan the alliance leader. He also wanted the country of Mingyan to arrange the spots for the Divine Light and Divine Island. This was simply ridiculous, a big joke. Did Lu Ming really think that he was invincible just because he could injure a perfected bright saint with a single shout? It was simply laughable. Especially the people from Blue Water Country. Their faces were particularly gloomy. The leader of the alliance of the 9 countries had always been the Blue Water Country. What did the Mingyan country mean? He even wanted to usurp the position of the alliance master of the 9 nations? He didn't know what was good for him. In my opinion, this kid is completely crazy. He's talking nonsense here. Mingyan country is beyond saving. Why don't we directly send experts to destroy Mingyan country and support another person to rule Mingyan country? The king of Luoshui kingdom said coldly. So much nonsense. Since this is the case, I hereby announce that the Luoshui kingdom is eliminated. They are no longer qualified to join the Nine Nations Alliance and are no longer qualified to set foot on the Divine Time Island. Get lost. Lu Ming glanced at the kingdom of Luoshui and said coldly. Once again, everyone looked at Lu Ming as if he was an idiot. This was especially true for the people of Luoshui. You're not leaving, right? If you're not leaving, then clean it up. Lu Ming said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step in the direction of Luoshui kingdom. Arrogant. Kill him. The king of Luoshui kingdom shouted coldly. A few experts immediately charged out from behind him. 2 great sages in the lower tier and 3 in the great circle of the Bright Saint realm were the only top masters left in the Luoshui kingdom. The 5 experts joined forces and their aura was shocking. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. That brat is dead. A king of a certain country had a sneer on his face, but the next moment, the sneer on his face disappeared and was replaced with shock, extreme shock. Lu Ming threw a punch, and the void trembled violently. The air was compressed together and then exploded, forming a terrifying fist force. As the fist force crushed over, the 5 powerhouses of the Luoshui kingdom were directly blown apart, leaving no bones behind. Hiss 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 gasps of shock could be heard as everyone's expression froze. No, after a long time, the king of Luoshui kingdom let out a miserable scream. These 5 people were the 5 strongest people in the Luoshui kingdom. With their death, the strength of the Luoshui kingdom would weaken sharply and become the weakest kingdom among the 9 kingdoms. Sooner or later, it would be swallowed up by other kingdoms. His heart ached so much that it was about to bleed. However, when he saw Lu Ming continue to walk toward him, he was frightened and shouted, "Brother Tsong, save me. This man is lawless. We must get rid of him." "Stop!" Blue Water Country ruler roared. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him. He took a step forward and appeared beside the king of Luoshui kingdom. The king of Luoshui kingdom wanted to escape, but Lu Ming took a step forward. The king of Luoshui screamed in pain as Lu Ming stepped on his face heavily. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body twitched non-stop. Impudent! Kill him! The king of Vast Water Country was furious. He had already told Lu Ming to stop, but Lu Ming did not even bother with him. Kill! Kill! 2 loud shouts came from Blue Water Country as 2 figures stepped out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in the void. Great Saint Peak! Great Saint Perfection! Someone exclaimed in shock. The people from the other countries were secretly trembling. Blue Water Country was indeed the leader of the 9 countries. For tens of thousands of years, they had been sitting on the throne of the 9 countries. Their strength was amazing. They were great saints in the great mastery and peak of the great saint realm. Such an expert could destroy a small country by himself. Ruan Tianjiao and the other people from Mingyan country couldn't help but feel nervous. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he was no match for a great saint at the peak. But in the face of such an expert, they were powerless to help and could only watch. The 2 Blue Water Country experts were approaching Lu Ming rapidly. "Let go of King of Luoshu die." The great Saint Peak shouted and pointed his finger in the air. A terrifying finger force pierced through Lu Ming's forehead. "You're seeking your own death," Lu Ming said coldly and then threw another punch. This punch was even more terrifying than the previous one. The void trembled and crushed over. The body of the great sage Peak expert exploded directly. Even the great sage Great Mastery behind him was crushed into pieces. At this moment, everyone present was trembling in their hearts and bodies. They were trembling uncontrollably. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, unable to move an inch. One punch after another, the great Saint Peak was crushed into pieces, just like the great saint initial mastery. It was as if in Lu Ming's hands, there was no difference in the cultivation of those people. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. Beside Ruan Tianjiao, the voices of a few of his subordinates trembled. It was unknown if they were excited or excited. "Lu Ming, what is your limit?" Ruan Tianjiao's voice was trembling. The longer she spent time with Lu Ming, the more she realized that Lu Ming was unfathomable. It was as if Lu Ming's combat power was limitless. From the moment he knew Lu Ming, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, Lu Ming was always calm and composed. He did not even need to use a second move to kill his opponent. The king of Luoshui Kingdom trembled under Lu Ming's feet and broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment he was almost scared to death. What kind of terrifying monster was this? There was no way to resist it. I surrender. I swear to follow the Mingyan country for the rest of my life, and regard the Mingyan country as the alliance leader. The monarch of the fallen nations shouted, afraid that Lu Ming would stomp him to death. Lu Ming did not even look at him. He looked at the Blue Water Country and said, it seems that Blue Water Country also wants to be eliminated. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Then he stepped out and headed toward Blue Water Country. Song Water Country ruler's face turned pale. A peak great saint was the most powerful person in Blue Water Country, but in front of Lu Ming, he was killed in an instant. Lu Ming, it's better to quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, it won't be good for both of us. The king of Vast Water Country said, oh really? I'm a little curious, how can you not give me any benefits? There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face as he continued to walk forward. Blue Water Country ruler's expression changed. Then, he suddenly stood up and cupped his hands to the two old men behind him. Two seniors, please kill this man. Blue Water Country will reward you handsomely. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.